she contribute to the national strategies for environmental sustainability. Now, please join me in welcoming Dr. Afiza to deliver her keynote address.
Thank you, MC. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Um, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues and friends, a very warm welcome to Kuala Lumpur. It is an honor and a privilege to deliver a keynote speech in this 5th ASEAN International Conference on Energy and Environment. This gathering carries a special significance as it takes place alongside the ASEAN Energy Business Forum and the 43rd ASEAN Ministers on Energy meeting. The signal is clear. The journey to a sustainable energy future is not a solitary path, but a shared regional endeavor built on justice, cooperation, innovation, and purpose. Our theme, Sustainable Energy for ASEAN's Prosperity, Innovation, Inclusivity, and Regional Cooperation, is more than just a headline. It captures a fundamental truth. The prosperity of our region depends not only on how we generate energy, but on how fairly we share its benefits and shoulder its burden. ASEAN today stands at a pivotal moment. Our region's energy demand is projected to almost double by 2050, powered by economic dynamism and population growth. This trajectory presents a dual challenge: how to guarantee energy security and affordability while urgently accelerating decarbonization in a fair and inclusive way. The ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation, APAEC, has been our compass. With Phase 2 concluding this year, we can be proud on the foundations laid. Looking ahead, APAEC 2026-2030 adopts the theme Advancing Regional Cooperation in Ensuring Energy Security and Accelerating Decarbonization for a Just and Inclusive Energy Transition. And this acknowledges that transition is not merely technical, it is social, it is economic, and deeply human. Malaysia's ASEAN Chairmanship priorities of inclusivity and sustainability echo this vision, grounded in our national framework. Ladies and gentlemen, at the national level, we operationalize this vision mainly through two complementary instruments, namely the 5-year Malaysia Plan, which is now in its 13th edition, and the National Energy Transition Roadmap, NETR. Our plans and initiatives are guided by the principle that technological progress must expand economic opportunities and improve livelihoods, specifically by creating a new generation of green jobs and ensuring the benefits of growth are widely distributed. The recently launched 13th Malaysia Plan recognizes energy as a cross-cutting enabler of growth, competitiveness, and equity, which is integral to our economy Madani agenda. It ensures that the benefits of progress uplift all segments of society. We recognize that energy transition presents opportunities to generate new investments, enhance innovation, and boost sustainable economic growth. Ladies and gentlemen, the NETR, National Energy Transition Roadmap, launched in 2023, was formulated as our technical playbook to accelerate energy transition, revitalize investment, and support our net zero aspiration by 2050. It provides a bankable pathway centered on 6 levers, namely the energy efficiency, renewable energy, hydrogen, bioenergy, green mobility, and carbon capture utilization and storage, as well as supported by various enablers, including blended financing and human capital development. The NETR showcases a flagship of projects and initiatives that are expected to generate a total investment of more than RM25 billion and create 23,000 job opportunities. Along these flagship ventures, Malaysia has launched various initiatives, including the Community Renewable Energy for Aggregation Mechanism, CREAM, and corporate renewable energy supply schemes, CRES, to accelerate renewable deployment and expand access to renewable energy for smaller consumers and corporations. Ensuring accessibility to energy remains a key national priority. While Malaysia accelerates its energy transition, affordability and inclusivity remain at the center of our approach. Through programs recently launched, such as the Solar Accelerated Transition Action Program, Solar ATAP in short, Malaysia is enabling households, small medium enterprises and commercial users to adopt solar energy, lowering electricity costs and expanding public participation in the energy transition. At the same time, rural electrification continues to be an essential government agenda. We recognize that although we have reached about 99% of access of electricity, but we do recognize that there are communities without reliable access to electricity. And hence, as such, we continue to embark on targeted investments and localized solutions to ensure that every segment of society, including the vulnerable and in remote areas, has access to affordable, reliable, and modern energy. There are many examples of localized solutions that we have already embarked on, and one of them is our funding for the Felda settlement in Sabah that we enable a distributed energy resources program. Now, to ensure reliability while integrating higher shares of renewable energy, Malaysia is undertaking bold investments to modernize and strengthen its grid. A 3-year investment plan worth RM 42.8 billion has been approved, with nearly 2/3 directed towards renewable integration, new transmission backbones, and expanding capacity to meet energy demand. Ladies and gentlemen, we also recognize that energy transition is not a one-size-fits-all journey. It is a uniquely tailored pathway shaped by the country's specific circumstances, resources, and priorities. Natural gas has been identified as a transitional fuel to balance the energy trilemma of security, affordability, and sustainability. Malaysia is fortunate to have domestic gas reserves, and we are developing the gas industry with foresight and responsibility. Decarbonizing the natural gas value chain is thought of in various ways. We have embarked on upstream flaring mitigation, methane slip reduction, electrification of production and liquefaction infrastructure. We are also supporting the development of low carbon and renewable gases such as hydrogen and biogas. Looking ahead, Malaysia is preparing for the next chapter of its transition. Nuclear energy as a clean energy source in the national energy mix has been outlined under the 13th plan. Malaysia will approach nuclear energy development carefully and responsibly, consistent with safety, transparency, and public trust, in line with the principle of an inclusive and equitable transition. Another important policy priority for Malaysia is partnership. International collaboration in energy transition is crucial to achieve a just energy transition. It enables shared resources, equitable access to energy and technology, and coordinated action across borders. ASEAN's enduring strength lies in our unity through diversity. A truly just transition is one that elevates every community, ensuring that our region's progress is both collective and inclusive, with no member state left behind. Our immediate priority is to accelerate the physical interconnection of our energy systems. The ASEAN power grid is more than infrastructure, it is our central artery for sharing green electricity, stabilizing supply, and strengthening regional energy security. Yet, physical connectivity alone is not enough. It must be underpinned by capacity building and human capital development across the value chain. This includes reskilling workforce in the fossil fuel-related industries to pivot toward renewable energy, carbon management, and new energy technologies. By investing in technical expertise, vocational excellence, and green innovation capabilities, we ensure that the transition will empower our workforce, expand regional talent, and enable communities to participate in the energy economy of the future. Ladies and gentlemen, as we reflect on Malaysia's journey towards a just and inclusive energy transition, allow me to leave you with basically six key takeaways that has defined what we had already done. Number one is we ensure coherence between economic policy and also energy transition policy. We want to turn ambition into action. Number two is we continue to expand access to energy through new renewable energy schemes, through optimal investments, and as well as localizing solutions. Number three is we continue to find the right balance in balancing our energy trilemma through our policies and our action plans and our enablers. Number four is that we recognize gas as a bridging fuel. We leverage on our natural gas resources and invest in carbon capture and make gas as a responsible transition fuel. Number five, we make energy transition a driver of innovation, job creation, and a driver for investments. And finally, we strengthen international cooperation and collaboration, as we cannot do this alone. We need strong regional cooperation, strong international cooperation to ensure that we achieve a just and inclusive transition. Colleagues and friends, the just inclusive energy transition is often described as the greatest challenge of our time. I would frame it instead as our greatest opportunity, an opportunity to create an ASEAN that grows sustainably, competes globally, and prosper together. So let us commit to a transition that uplifts lives, empowers communities, protect those most vulnerable. This conference is a launchpad for action. Let us forge the partnerships that will define our collective future, and together we can power a sustainable, inclusive, and resilient future for generations to come. So thank you very much. That's all I have for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Afiza, for your welcome remark. I think the message that Dr. Afiza convey is really remind us that the central of our energy transition on energy access and also in interconnection, mentioning about ASEAN Power Grid, of course, that this is central not only for powering our energy system, but also to make sure that no one is left behind, just like our panel session today on just and inclusive energy transition. Again, please give like a very warm applause to Dr. Afiza. And now, before we actually before we actually begin for the presentation, we actually will have like a group photo, which located outside with Dr. Afiza as well. So if we can go together, all of us, go outside and then go to the left where we have that big ABF panel in there, yes. So then we can all have a group photo together. And then after that, don't forget to come back here again to start the presentation. Thank you.
Chị Hy.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the room. Actually, I just received a note that we're going to do another photo session before we going. So apparently, uh, we will have like a photo session with all of the participants of IEC all in the room. So we need to coordinate a bit because there are some session that the keynote speech still going on. So I think, yes, I think right now we can go back again to the photo booth. And we'll have like a photo session with everyone, not only people in this room, but also in other room as well. So then you can have a lot of picture to post later on. Okay, shall we go together to take another picture and then don't forget to come back again. Thank you. Okay, everyone, welcome back. Finally, we're going to actually start the session. I hope so. As I mentioned previously, as your chair in this session, I will be moderating, and also there will be again an award for the best presenter that we will present at the closing ceremony of the IEC and in the plenary hall. I think we will show you later on where you can, where is the location for the plenary hall, where you can all like come there and join the closing ceremony with the awardee session as well. Now, moving on into our session. Again, we will have 6 presentations for this morning session. And each presenter will have 15 minutes to present, 10 minutes for presentation, and then 5 minutes Q&A. So without further ado, we'll start the first presentation of this session, which is by Mr. Yusril Iza Mahendra with the research title, Analyzing Value Capture Failure in the Energy Transition, the Case of the Sulawesi Nickel Industry, Indonesia. So please, can we welcome Mr. Yusril Iza Mahendra?
Okay, sorry, I think it doesn't work. Oh, okay, check. Okay, so thank you very much, and good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for being here today. And my name is Yusri Liza Mahendra, and I come from Indonesia. And today I will be presenting our research entitled Analyzing Value Capture Failure in the Energy Transition, the Case of the Sulawesi Nickel Industry in Indonesia. So let's begin with the big picture, the global energy transition. As the world moves toward cleaner energy, electric vehicle is becoming one of the main drivers of this change. And because of this, according to the ARENA report, under the scenario of 1.5 degrees Celsius, the demand for EV batteries is expected to increase fivefold by 2030. And this is such a massive global industrial change. And at the center of this phenomenon, one material stands out, which is nickel. So why nickel is so important in this story? Because if you look at this graphic, nickel is one of the main important ingredients for a lot of modern EV batteries, and often becoming the second largest component after lithium. And as the demand for electric vehicle is accelerating, the demand for nickel for battery use is also rising fast. For example, in 2015, only 3% of global nickel that went into batteries, but in 2024, it was 14%. So, and this number is still rising fast and will be rising fast in the future. So this brings us to Indonesia. Indonesia holds more than half of the global nickel reserves, and now they are becoming the largest nickel producer in the world. But if you look at this map, 90% of those nickel are located in one island in Sulawesi, which has now become the epicenter of global nickel boom. So we can say that this one island is fueling the global need for energy transition. But here where things get interesting, because if we look at the macro statistic, the number looks like a remarkable victory for Indonesia, because through the downstreaming policy, the government is succeed to invest a lot of investment into the region of Sulawesi. For example, between 2015 to 2022, the number of FDI in Central Sulawesi reached 18 billion of US dollar, while in Southeast Sulawesi, it was 11 billion US dollar. And at the same time, Indonesia has also benefited from this nickel boom because in 2019, the value of their nickel export was only 800 million US dollar. But in 2022, it is 5.9 billion US dollar. So it is a seven-fold increase in only 3 years. But are these benefits also enjoyed by the people in the region? And to answer that question, we have to go beyond the national statistic, because if we go and see at the local level, the story, there is a whole different story. Because despite this nickel boom and also the growing investment, the region, the poverty rates in the region is still even higher than the national average. So we can say that in this story, the locals are not the real beneficiaries. They are the one left behind. And also the environment has to pay a high price. For example, in the Mandiodo block in Southeast Sulawesi, the growing deforestation is expanding from 147 hectares in 2019 to 560 hectares in 2024. And also further north in Morowali and North Morowali, the frequent floods not only destroys houses, but also takes lives. So now this brings us to the central question of my study, which is why has Sulawesi failed to translate its central role in the global nickel boom into equitable local development? And my proposition is that it is the result of three interlinked forces, which are centralized policy, disconnected industry, and weak civil society. And to answer that question, I will use the global production network. And why do I use this GPN? Because first, it will help me to map the global industry connection and power to see how the production and value are controlled and distributed and highlight who captured the most of the value. And it also helped me to explain the unequal outcomes in Sulawesi to reveal who profits, why profits flow upwards while the costs remain local. And with this, I will use two curves to show the dynamics of this problem, which is the smiling curve to show the winners and the frowning curve to show the losers. And I will use a qualitative research, and that's best. And the most important thing is a field work, because I'm not only trying to understand what is happening, but also why is it happening there. And from this early stage of research, three findings has been emerged. The first is centralized policy. Even though the Indonesian government is trying to promote the regional autonomy, but the mining sector is still highly centralized. This is based on the law number 3 of 2020 that revokes all of the power from the regional leaders. So now they don't have much say about the mining activities that is happening in their own backyard. So we can say that they have really extremely limited power to enforce regulation or even to protect their environment. And the second one is this articulate enclave. Because this industrial park in Sulawesi, they are functioning like a separate economic island, because the smelter and the factories are being built and the investment are flowing to the region, but the people, the fishermen, and then the farmers, they are losing their job because the land and the sea are now being polluted. So we can really say that this new model of industry doesn't really connect with the old one. In many cases, it displaces them. And the third one is a weak civil society. It doesn't mean that in this region, the civil movement doesn't exist. It does, but the problem is the fragmented social landscape, because there are numerous civil movements, but they have different or even conflicting interests. So it prevents them to come to work together to be heard more. And last but not least is the people. the local people itself, because they tend to be more focused on the short economic gain, like such as compensation. So when they are given the money and the critics, the resistance is silent, and that is a big problem. So now let's take a step back and see how these findings from the bigger picture. We can, from these early findings, we can see that the smiling curve can show us the winners, the global firms, the corporate headquarters, and also the national agencies that capturing most of the values. And the frowning curves that shows us the losers, which is the local communities that are facing the environmental destruction and loss of livelihoods. And this is not a coincidence, this is not a mistake. This is what this current system is really meant to work. So in conclusion, we can say that the nickel bomb in Indonesia is a victory, is a story of victory for the country, but for the locals, it's a victory of loss. And for me myself, this research is not only about understanding the policy and economy, but this is about fairness and also equity. Because in the end, after this research is complete, the new question will emerge. How can the energy transition be fair if the people that are living next to these resources are left behind? Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Yusril. I think it's very close on time, 10 minutes. So we have 5 minutes Q&A. Are there any questions for the presentation that Yusril just did? Yes, please.
Yeah.
The first one is a centralized policy.
Yes, yes.
But based on your explanation, I think the problem is more relevant to public participation, or because we have centralized policy in many different countries and even regime. But the problem most of the time is, lack of public participation or bottom-up approach.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, thank you very much. That's very good question actually, and I believe the public participation. I think it's not the cause of the problem, but that is the result of this centralized policy, because by doing this all kind of centralized policy, the central government they have a very much control about the license of these mining factories that can operate in this region, and the people cannot really have an access to be engaged in the decision making. Well, they do. Sometimes there are some public opinion and public engagement to see how they think about this, what they think about this whole mining activity. But it's more like a tokenism approach, because yes, they are given the opportunity to speak, but their opinion is not considered. So I think that is the result of this whole problem, and that's not the cause. I think that can answer your question.
Are there any more questions? Yes. Oh, there's a lot of questions.
A lot of questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Yeah.
I want to add one point that maybe missed from your presentation or your research. That is the environmental and social safeguard. We need to impose the right standard of environmental and social safeguard, because that's the things that we can do, except the other things, for example, regulation and so on. Because I used to live in South Sulawesi, in Sorowako, if you know. It's a big mining company there, the Vale, and because my family are working there. But the livelihood in Sorowako is much different from Morowali, because they have a different stage of the industrialization or mining technology. So the thing is that it's my personal point of view maybe. It's okay if we want to extract our resources, but we need to ensure that we have a certain safeguard that can ensure that the society and also environment there are being included and considered in the process. I think that's all for me.
Yeah, that's a very good opinion because me myself, I come from Sulawesi, so this research is more like a personal letter from me. It's not really research, but that's a good point because in Morowali, the mine activities has been going for a long time, so they have a very sustainable way. We can say that in the production, but in Southeast Sulawesi, and also because the Indonesia government right now they have this downstreaming policy, which they put the economic interest first. That's why I said it. And then because of this, they want to extract more and more of this nickel resource because they know that the world needs it. And there's the problem because the government don't really think about. I mean, maybe in some speech, our president they said they acknowledge the negative impact of the mining, but he doesn't really give a concrete solution of how to do or how to stop this issue. So yeah, I think once again it comes from the policy that is so economic central, so economic oriented for me. Yeah.
One more thing is that we have to enforce the law. We have the law, but we are very lack in enforcement. That's the real problem of Indonesia, I think.
Yeah, that's true. And also because in Indonesia there's this what you call as a paradox of law because this law said this and this different law they said the different things and then sometimes it becomes a very it becomes a big issue for us.
Okay. A very good insight from the one of the. May I know your name? Sorry, Afika. Okay. I think perhaps later on when you ask questions, I'm sorry, sir, may I know your name as well? Muhammad Hazrati. Okay. Perhaps you can also mention your name and also your institution later on. And I think we already, finished our 15 minutes time for you, Yusril. Thank you very much for a very good presentation. Please give a warm welcome.
Thank you very much.
Now we're going to the second presentation for this session. It's still in the case of Indonesia, I think. So where we're talking about nickel previously with Yusril, and now we will have Mr. Haikal Sarya Utama from Yayasan Putra Sampurna that will present his research on techno-economic evaluation of BECCS implementation in Indonesia. Please, Haikal, thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to my presentation. My name is Haikal Satria Utama from Czech. Okay. Good morning, and I'm from Sampurna University. Today, I'm gonna bring my topic of techno-economic evaluation of BECCS implementation in Indonesia, which is a case study. Now, as we know it, bioenergy in itself can be considered as a carbon neutral process where some of the carbon actually been eliminated by the process of other like fermentation or consumption by the plant itself, so we can consider it carbon neutral. And then if we introduce carbon capture and storage, it will consider be a carbon negative because we're actually subtracting more carbon that is produced from the process such as a biochar or fermentation of a bioethanol in itself, as we know it from the graph right here. Now, some other processes like bio CCS typically is just only capturing some of the process other than the bioenergy in itself, while bioenergy and carbon capture and storage actually extracts the extra CO2 actually emitted from the bioenergy process, such as power generation. As we know it, BECCS is also on the rising stem, because as we know, BECCS can be actually more profitable than other things, especially from the cost, like compared to direct air capture and storage, and other mitigation services, which BECCS could be the lowest one currently. As we know, we are at 2025, which is right here. We are clearly competing with other mitigations such as power on solar and wind energy turbine itself. Now, as we know it, Indonesia has a big potential of bioenergy sources such as palm oil, bioethanol, and other biofuel sources to be competing in other energy sectors. And it is clear Indonesia has been trying to developing BCCS, especially in the Southeast Asia region. Now, these BCCS actually help Indonesia on eliminating the risk of potentially insufficient efforts to actually reduce the emission of the goal of 1.5 degrees Celsius in itself. Now, for the methodology itself, I use a case study of using a Peta Indo Asida Tama in Karanganyar, Bantul in near Surakarta, Indonesia, in Java Island, because I consider, together with Pertamina, that this is one of the most potential bioenergy sources because it's one of the biggest bioethanol producers in Indonesia itself. Now, they also co-produce of the emission of CO2 about 98% CO2 of purity, and able to produce around 120.96 tons of CO2 per day. Now, in itself, I also use, together with Pertamina, on the injection site itself, which is located in Gundi Field Cepu, which is an ex-processing oil field, which is currently located near Surakarta itself, because if you can see, Surakarta is about down here. Now, with Pertamina, we developed the system and evaluate the techno-economical viability of this process of BCCS. Now, the location of both of the source and the injection site is currently about 74 kilometers apart, or around 112 kilometers by road distance, which is, I try to calculate around the possible route for pipeline is following this toll road and some of the river of it here, like, forgot what's the name, but the river itself, because we don't really want to exploit other lands that we need to occupy first. Now, the calculation for the pipeline actually using a some Swirling 1 kilometer sine function itself. Now, for the methodology itself, at first we do the problem definition and then do a systematic literature review of the process itself. Now we do the process design and then do a little bit of economic evaluation of what do we need actually to evaluate from the economic, like the procurement, the capex, opex, and other costs of itself. And then we do the MATLAB simulation. For the assumption, these are the assumptions for the general assumptions, where I do use MATLAB and open source thermodynamic properties and transportation, injection condition, and CO2 influx is assumed ideal from the literature itself. And then cost calculation using levelized cost using 10% of discount rate, and injection is around 100 bar from various sources of literature. Now, for the capture injection, M dot is actually following from the literature of the PT Indo Asida Tama. They say that they are able to produce about 1.4 kilogram per second of CO2. And then purity is around 95 to 98%. I use 95 because some of the data actually be more towards 95%. And then compression train, I use the typical 140 degrees centigrade limit. And then process actually ideal and real gas model is actually also used. Now, first, we develop two of the scenarios that we will use. The first scenario actually using a pipeline transport and using a membrane separation method. And then we compare it to a second scenario where we actually separate cryogenically CO2, turning it into a liquid CO2. And then we use a truck transport, and then I do some implementation of organic Rankine cycle to recuperate of the extra exergy to obtain more power from it. Now, for the first scenario, there are some assumptions of the system itself. First, I use the booster plan is only added if outlet pressure is negative. We'll see that later. And then we iterate on the inlet pressure of the pipeline itself. And then we constrain the pipe diameter to 100 and 150 millimeter, which is typical for the pipeline transport in Indonesia for the gas type. And then compression is limited by the temperature. And the goal is actually to find the lowest delta P based on the pressure inlet, because as we know it, some in physics, that pipeline increase in pressure will also increase in delta pressure. Now, after that goal, we also find the optimal compression train configuration and calculate net power and calculate the capex and opex of the scenario one itself. Now, as we can see, I do some simulation of iteration right here. As we know it, at 10 bar, which is currently for several of these gas speeds, we found that the lowest should be around 0.5 meter per second at 10 bar itself, because the pressure, delta pressure, actually increases exponentially from the increase of inlet pressure. So we typically want it to be around loss of 1 to 2 bar only, because beyond that it will be more problematic, because there are some uncertainties that will happen in the pipeline itself. And then after that, I try to calculate all the total power that is needed for, especially for the compression train from here, and then some of the cooling from the compression train, like intercooler. I found that at 10 bar itself, also we can see that it's actually drop in power itself, because it is actually increases in the number of compression itself. Now, I tried, and then we can continue to scenario 2, which is using for the pipeline, the truck transport of liquefied CO2. So this design of process, actually, I referred from this paper, and then the assumption is that we find the exit temperature as a liquefier function. So this, we try to find, we fix this temperature, and then we try to find what is the inlet temperature and the pressure of itself. And then we continue from the assumptions, and then the compression is typically all the assumption is generalized and the same. But we try to find the goal of what is the most suitable configuration, which is the temperature and the pressure itself. We calculate and then calculate it by the net power and the capex and opex. Now for the scenario 2, as we know it, we want the, typically for a compression itself, we want it to be still in gas before actually turning it into liquid by this expansion valve. So with this, we have the minimum or the borderline of the pressure to be at 9 bar itself, which is on this liquid vapor saturation line. And then as we try to plot it in power chart, as you can see that it is actually still one of the lowest power consumption total in itself. Now for the truck transport, I try to simulate the scheduling and then the distance. So for the scheduling, I try to divide what is the m dot total per day by the capacity of the truck transport. So the truck transport, I use 20 ton of capacity per truck. And then we have found that it can be obtained by using 5 truck, and it's still on lower than the initial capacity of per day of CO2 that is produced by the PT Indonesia Tama, as we know it. And then by the 5 truck itself, we can also reduce it more, like intermittently, like for one day use 5 truck, and then one day use only 4 trucks. And then lastly, the regasification method, which is using water as the hot end. I try to implement organic Rankine cycle here, or RC, to implement extra energy harvesting. And then from this process, I try to find the turbine generated power and the net power and the capex and opex. Now, as we know it, since we are using the CO2 as the cold sink of the process itself, we actually are able to obtain about 10 kilowatts of power with an m dot of 0.45 kilogram per second. This is actually in turn from this graph itself, because I try to find it from iterating on the plot itself. I found that this is the hot sink ranges and this is the cold sink ranges in itself. And then I use, after iteration, I found that the most suitable carrier fluid here is to be the refrigerant R1234YF. And you can see that actually curves perfectly right here, but for the efficiency is only about 10 to 15% of efficiency. Lastly, we want to compare both of the scenario itself. As we can see that scenario 1 actually consume more power, because we are actually compressing the gas very, very, very hard and do some intercooling in between the compression itself. Thus, the scenario 1 actually consumes more power at 630 kilowatt total power, and then scenario 2 only consumes about 411, because the most of the power used here actually comes from the intercooling itself. And then one of the most interesting one, actually the cost. The cost is very different because for scenario one, it's only $11.8 dollars per ton CO2 needs to be transported, while on scenario two only needs about $8 per ton of CO2 that is to be transported, which means that scenario two is more viable in process. And from the return of investment time, for scenario one, I can see it needs more time to recuperate, about 31 years for the total $11 price if we put it. But for scenario one, scenario two, sorry, if we put at nearly the same price, actually recuperate about a return of investment a bit faster at 11 years of itself. Now, the conclusion itself is that currently scenario 2 transport by trucking is the most feasible for the current scale, which is 120 kilotons per day. And then some non-technical challenges such as land acquisition and road limitation for trucks needs to be addressed, because we know if we want to build pipeline, we'll actually free some land to build the pipeline itself. And some of the road in Indonesia actually a small road which cannot really support a big trucks for 20 tons of capacity. Scalability does needs to be further analysis, because for this scale is a really, really small scale below the other typical BCCS plant. And then lastly, the sensitivity analysis are to be conducted. As we can see that previous one, we haven't do sensitivity analysis, because to evaluate insanity, the simulation is a bit complicated. So we need to do that quickly. And then that's all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Haikal, for your presentation. Very complex, and I think we learned a lot regarding the BECCS in Indonesia. Are there any questions from the audience? Yes, please.
Yeah, all right. My name is Damian from University of Queensland. So yeah, I'm just wondering if there is like a successful story in a similar project of BECCS in another world, because from what I know, CCS is theoretically really amazing, but in real world, it's very challenging because a lot of projects like having bankrupt and having loss and others.
Okay, that is a good question, because we are evaluating the business itself. So from what I've read from the literature review, actually, there are some possible successful stories, such as Arcalon and Husky power plant in the United States, where they actually use the same method of truck transport, and it actually does came from a bioethanol plant, but they do more than actually transporting the carbon dioxide itself. They actually utilize the ethanol to actually produce more, to produce power, so they don't really rely on one method of income such as carbon transport, but they actually do rely on other income such as power generation from the bioethanol itself.
Thank you for the question. Again, I will encourage you to also mention your name and also your institution. For the question that was given. So, Haikal, I think I actually have a question for your presentation. So the cost that you calculated for this techno-economic evaluation, the $11 per ton CO2 and also $8 per ton CO2 is only the transport cost.
Yes, actually, the cost that we can see over here actually calculated from the amount of CO2 transported for ideal case, and then the total initial case of capex and opex combined together to make a daily about CO2. Then we compare it and divide it, and we found this cost itself. So it is actually per ton of CO2 per day.
Yeah. What I meant is that since CCS itself is the cycle is from capture, transport, and storage, right? So then these are only like for the step in the transport part, but like, is it included where you have the capture and also storage as well?
Oh, actually, this is the total cost. So we actually include the capture, the transport, and the injection or storage itself.
May I know with the storage itself, what kind of methodology that you use?
So actually, I haven't included detailed in here, but the injection, I use the assumption of direct injection towards ex-oil field. So it's
Is it with the assumption that there's no well, there's no new well that is like developed for this, for
no,
the injection?
actually no. It's just we use an ex-oil field as we stated. Sorry, like in this plan itself, we use an ex-processing and oil field.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentations. Are there any more questions? Thank you again, Haikal, for the presentation. Well done. And give a warm applause to Haikal. Now, I think for the next session, again, we're going to walk around Indonesia, I think, from Sulawesi to Java, and then now we're going a little bit more to the east of Indonesia. Now we're going to listen from Mrs. Nurjana from Penabulu, the role of civil society coalitions in promoting inclusive energy policy in Indonesia, a case study of the JETSI JET Working Group in West Nusa Tenggara. Perhaps while we are waiting for the slides, yes, Ms. Nurjana, please, welcome you to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nurjana. Call me Nur. I'm from Penabulu Foundation in Indonesia. This presentation, I will theme is the role of civil society coalition in promoting inclusive energy policy in Indonesia, a case study of the JETSI JET Working Group in West Nusa Tenggara. Yeah. The background, Indonesia has committed to achieving net zero emission by 2016, aligned with the Paris Agreement. And now, the integration of gender equality, disability, and social inclusion, or GETSI, remains limited in energy transition policy. Policy debates remain elitist and infrastructure driven, often including local and marginalized voice. And the study explore how to get CJET working groups in West Nusa Tenggara influence inclusive energy policy through coalition building and advocacy. Yeah, methods the research is a qualitative case study approach which used to analyze the coalition's influence in policy. Data sources include focus group discussions, stakeholders interviews, and document reviews conducted between 2023 and 2024. Analysis applied thematic coding to identify strategies, participation mechanism, and policy outcomes. Now, how to national policy context in Indonesia? National Development Plan, or RPJM, mandates gender mainstreaming across all stages of development. And regulatory framework, President's Instruction Number 9, 2000, Gender Mainstreaming, Undang-Undang Number 132, 2009, Enforcement Purpose Number 11, 2023, Renewable Energy Decentralization, and JET P network framework, grounded in human rights, gender equality, and accountability. Now, how do challenge GETSI not explicitly mainstream it in energy policies? The example plan of renewable energy, low women's representation in energy workforce, minus 9% in 2023. Gender pay gap persists, women earn 23% less. Nah, local policy context in West Nusa Tenggara. NTB has been pursuing renewable energy targets and part of its regional energy roadmap. Perda number 3, 2019, and regional energy policy. Early policy primarily focused on technical targets, renewable energy mix, infrastructure, and investment with little attention to inclusivity. Nah, local energy discussion were often dominated by government and corporate actors with limited participation from communities, vulnerable groups like women or persons with disabilities. No specific regulation or guideline previously address social justice or GETSI dimension in NTB's or West Nusa Tenggara Energy Transition Agenda. How to GETSI jet implementation based on just energy transition tenets? GETSI jet working group in West Nusa Tenggara guideline or ASEAN guideline like procedural justice. GETSI jets encourage the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources to involve multiple stakeholders in decision making and regional energy policy formulation. This has occurred and the existence of energy policy with GETSI perspective on regulation Perda nomor 13 tahun 2024 concerning green energy development. Distributive justice. This concern GETSI jet allocation. There is an allocation for development of biogas or SCAL for poor household issues by the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources with the agreement. While the other three pillars, restorative justice, recognition justice, and cosmopolitan justice, are in the advocacy process by GETSI Jet Working Group. ASEAN Inclusive Energy Standard by guidelines GETSI Jet on advocacy process. Now, the key strategies implementing or to describe the fact principle guideline. GETSI Jet applies principle in its just energy transition campaign, accessibility, energy security, fair distribution, and cost benefits, fair economic growth and recognition and empowerment. Nah, another principle of implementation, sustainability, inclusion and participation, fair economic growth, gender equality, integrational equity, the part of guideline for GETSI Jet Working Group to advocate it in working in West Nusa Tenggara. Sustainability, GETSI conduct critical discussion based on the impact of energy transition by promoting the importance of community-based paralegals. This also to ensure remedial justice, Oxfam tenets is implemented. Inclusion and participation, GETSI Jet promote equal space in the policy formulation, process related to energy transition, considering specific vulnerabilities. For economic growth, GETSI Jet encourage recognition of community participation in contributing to decarbonization through initiative utilizing renewable energy models and creating markets to increase economic value chains for vulnerable groups. Gender equality, the existence of course issue right-based women's organization in GETSI Jet working group like HWDI Himpunan Wanita Disability Indonesia, the group Women Disability of Indonesia, Pertuni, Persatuan Tunanetra Indonesia, and many more organizations disability in West Nusa Tenggara joined in GETCZ working group. Integrational equity, active and meaningful involvement of youth in the policy formulation process related to the energy transition. GETCZ ensure to youth participant in formulation and advocacy in West Nusa Tenggara about just energy transition. Result GETCZ working group in NTB. GETCZ working group influenced the issuance of governor regulation number 13/2024, which for the first time embedded inclusivity in NTB green energy transition. The coalition worked to promote inclusive policy frameworks and enhance local capacity in renewable energy. Advocacy campaign, public dialogue, and media collaboration amplify marginalized voice in policy debate. Program targets women, persons with disability, and vulnerable groups to build skill and improve access to energy project, and the coalition successful influence government regulation. Discuss how the challenge dominant narrative energy transition in Indonesia has been shaped by global donor agenda and elite technocratic visions, marginalizing local knowledge and agencies, center marginalized voice. The GETCZ working group reframe women, persons with disability, and vulnerable groups not as passive recipients, but as active knowledge holders and political actors. The colonial practice, by integrating local experience and community-based strategies, the coalition disrupted top-down governance and asserted plural pathway of energy transition. And fourth, feminist lens, advocacy emphasizes care, equity, and relational justice, resisting patriarchal and extractive logics in energy policy making. And the conclusion, Indonesia energy transition risks reproduction colonial and patriarchal hierarchies if inclusivity is not systematically mainstreamed. The West Nusa Tenggara Barat case shows how feminist decolonial coalitions can transform policy by embedding justice and equality into regulatory frameworks. GETCZ success illustrates that just transition require dismantling structural power imbalance and valuing marginalized knowledge. And moving forward, a truly just energy transition must be locally grounded, gender responsive, and social inclusive, reclaiming energy government as site of democratic and decolonial transformation. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Nurjana, for the great presentation. I think for everyone, perhaps the issues of JETSI, the issues of just and inclusive energy transition is something that recently at the ASEAN Center for Energy, we are also more and more striving for giving more effort and initiative in terms of how we can also, give more give more power or empower to the issue itself, given that if everyone know or everyone's joining the opening session this morning, I think Dato and also the our executive director mentioning about the new ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation for 2026-2030, where for the first time we included the theme for just and inclusive energy transition for the next 5 years for regional energy cooperation. So this is something that we, I think, really want to strive. And as Ms. Nurjana mentioned, that the energy policies in Indonesia is still gender blind, right? It's not mentioned anything about JETSI in there. But this is also the case for other countries in ASEAN, actually, in Southeast Asia. Almost all of the national energy policies in ASEAN are still gender blind. And although there are some of policies that actually mentioning about gender, but it's only mentioning that we need to be more inclusive or more inclusive, for example. Okay, sorry for the long comment in that. May I give the time for the audience if you have any questions? Okay, we have 2 questions. Very quick, yeah. Please maybe the one in the front first. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. This is very interesting research because I believe that it can be the answer for my research. This JETSI Jet working group. My question is, do you think it can be implemented in another region in Indonesia? Because we believe we know that in Indonesia there are a lot of various region that have a different power dynamics, and it can affect how this kind of activity is implemented. What do you think about that? Thank you.
Or shall we give another? Yeah, okay. Perhaps we can check the second question first before Ms. Nurjana can answer the question.
Uh, Thank you very much, Ibu, for insightful presentation. My name is Zaki from University of Queensland, Australia. Uh, my question is about the regulation number 13/2024, because how the regulation impacted, in the real world. Because some of the regulations, sometimes there is no we just cannot control the regulation. I mean, if like a perda, we just leave it, and then how the implementation in the world. And the other question is about how the GETSI Jet Working Group discussion in Nusa Tenggara Barat can influence or can give some advices to the government, because I think it's very important also to the other regions. Lesson learned from the Nusa Tenggara to enhance the GETSI implementation in their regulation in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Yusril and also Zaki. Yeah. Yes, there are 2 questions, please, Ms.
Yeah.
Nurjana.
Thank you, Mr. Yusri Liza Mahendra. Okay. Yeah, how to implement GETSI job many region in Indonesia. GETSI Jet Working Group just not working in West Nusa Tenggara, but building alliance with other organization in Indonesia, like S Nusa Tenggara. GETSI Jet Working Group connected with other organization in Indonesia for influence the best practices about advocated in West Nusa Tenggara, how to get CJET working group involved in regulation in West Nusa Tenggara. West Nusa Tenggara. Get CJET working group, the activity online regular meeting with other organization in Indonesia for sharing best practices in advocacy and many best practices in West Nusa Tenggara Barat, West Nusa Tenggara, like how to get CJET advocating to allocate budgeting in a government for livelihood, how for a disability actor, for disability groups. And now get CJET working group successful for allocate budget from government to building biogas, 10 biogas for livelihood for disability and disability groups and women groups in West Nusa Tenggara. Okay. Second question, how do regulation implementation? GETSI Jet Working Group just not push regulation to form, but GetCJ working group was pushed to the technical guideline in regulation for how to implementing. The example is how to implementing investment in the field to vulnerable groups participate and document GetCJ document, social document and GetC document for mandatory in implementation. GetCJ not just not for regulation is how to regulation implementation. GetCJ working group the push for guideline techniques for implementation and GetCJ involved in the watch implementation.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nurjana. Maybe later Zaki and also Yusril can ask more in the coffee break session. Thank you again. Please give it up for the applause for Ms. Nurjana. Okay, next presentation. Now we're going to go more into regional perspective. We have Ms. Q Chiahui from ICS. Her presentation is about justice and equity in the ASEAN power grid. Ms. Q, please.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Can you hear me well? Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jia Hui, and I'm from the Climate Change in Southeast Asia program at the ICS Yusof Ishak Institute in Singapore. And my presentation today is about justice and equity in the ASEAN power grid. Yes. Okay, so what is the ASEAN Power Grid, first of all? It's an initiative to integrate the power systems of ASEAN countries through cross-border electricity trade and a regional energy market. So it is envisioned to lead to emissions reductions at a lower cost by sharing renewable resources across borders and thereby reducing the total amount of renewable capacity and energy storage needed for the region to decarbonize as a whole. So if you look at the bar chart, my institute conducts the Southeast Asia Climate Outlook Survey, where we asked respondents what would be ASEAN's top priorities for the clean energy transition. And over 70% of respondents chose facilitating the development of regional energy infrastructure, which shows a growing recognition of the importance of close regional cooperation for energy decarbonization. And also in 2022, the Laos, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore Power Integration Project, or LTMS PIP, was operationalized, and it's considered a pathfinder project for the APG, as it was the first multilateral electricity trading project involving hydropower exported from Laos to Singapore, which is wheeled through Thailand and Malaysia. So since then, the momentum has strengthened even more for future interconnection projects. So with this backdrop, my research questions are firstly, what are the just transition related barriers to implementing the APG? And secondly, what aspects of energy justice or equity raised in the first question have been addressed by regional leaders so far, and what are the gaps? So why do I ask these questions? Firstly, I've noticed that there is a research gap in just transition issues for cross-border electricity trade in general. Most of the discourse on energy transition or just energy transition focuses on electricity generation, but less so on transmission and distribution, and especially not so much for cross-border transmission. So secondly, in trade, importing countries are often considered complicit in environmental and social impacts of resource extraction in the exporting countries. So how can we, utilize regional governance to prevent this when countries begin to import renewable energy even more under the ASEAN Power Grid in the future? And thirdly, we know that just transition issues can pose an investment risk for projects under the APG. The cooperation of local communities is really crucial to prevent costly project delays or even cancellations. So moving on to the method, my method for the first question on what are the barriers, it's based on semi-structured interviews conducted by my colleagues, Dr. Mirza Huda and Sharon Sia from ICS. They interviewed key stakeholders in the LTMS PIP, including energy regulators, power utilities, international energy affairs, government officials, as well as civil society in the 4 countries in the LTMS. So they asked questions on the obstacles encountered in the LTMS and the challenges they envision for the APG based on their experiences. So from their responses, I coded them based on a simple energy justice framework to help organize and identify the justice-related challenges for the APG. So just to show you the framework that I used, so as we saw in the previous presentation, it's based on the general tenets of energy justice. Although there are some variations in the literature, this is the most basic version. Firstly, distributive justice, that the costs and benefits of energy justice policies are shared fairly. Secondly, procedural justice, that all stakeholders can participate in the decision-making process, including having sufficient access to information about policies and projects. And thirdly, restorative, which involves acknowledging and remediating past injustices from energy policies. So my method for the second question, I used the same framework to observe to what extent these just transition tenets have been raised in the ASEAN Power Grid discourse so far by regional leaders by looking at ASEAN statements and planning documents. So these are just some examples of the documents that I looked at, and I compared them against the challenges raised in question 1 to identify where are the alignments and where are the gaps remaining. So moving on to results, for the first question, so what are the barriers identified from our interviews? I put them down in the framework here across the 3 tenets. So I'll just go through a few main ones. Firstly, distributive justice. At the top, one of the most common concerns is opposition to renewable energy export due to resource nationalism and concerns over prioritizing domestic needs. So I put this under distributive justice because based on the discussion, it seems to stem from a lack of clarity on how the costs and benefits of APG projects will be distributed between the importing, the exporting, and the wheeling countries. So is that distribution of benefits going to be fair? And then secondly, we have unclear benefits for local communities, not just for the country itself, but at the subnational level, the states and the towns where the projects are sited. So we saw in the first presentation that even though, the legal industry has led to FDIs in Sulawesi, that hasn't really translated to benefits for local communities at the very local level. So next, for procedural justice, people have raised the issue of lack of clarity in EIAs, environmental impact assessments. We know that EIA laws vary across ASEAN countries, which could lead to some uncertainty. And next, we have challenges in transboundary dispute resolution or grievance mechanisms. So for example, if local communities near a renewable energy export site have grievances, do they have channels to raise this formally? Moving on to restorative justice, because these interviews were conducted about the LTMS PIP, many people raised the impact of pre-existing hydropower dams on local communities. Okay. So for my second question, how has these energy justice tenets been raised? So far, in overall, the ASEAN statements and plans on the APG do not explicitly incorporate most just transition considerations in detail. Those that are mentioned, I put them in the right-hand column over here. So energy security, job creation, and the development of a dispute resolution mechanism. And then on the left column, I have summarized the results from my first question earlier. And so in the green highlights, you can see where the alignments are between the two. And in the purple highlights, you can see where the remaining gaps are. So firstly, in green, we do have references to benefits for locals in the form of improved energy security and access, as well as job creation. But it remains to be seen whether these benefits will be fairly distributed at both the national and the local level. So, for example, will local communities in importing countries benefit from greater energy access, especially renewables? Or will these renewable imports just be offset by the rising consumption from industry like data centers? And then in exporting countries, will job creation occur at the local level near the renewable energy generation or transmission sites? And will they have, the right resources to transition to new skills and positions? So another one we have in green here is the development of a dispute resolution mechanism. So in energy planning documents like the ASEAN Plan of Action on Energy Cooperation, APAEC, They have references for plans for a transboundary dispute mechanism to be set up. This is under the remit of HAPWA. And again, more details will be needed on who will actually be involved and benefit from these mechanisms. So will it just be financiers, developers, and governments? And will civil societies be able to formally participate in such mechanisms? So just moving on to my conclusion. So firstly, I want to acknowledge one limitation in the scope of this study. In my second question, many gaps were identified, but that doesn't necessarily mean that these points are totally neglected by everyone. They could be addressed at lower levels of regional governance, for example, working group meetings, or they can be in national planning documents. So for example, Indonesia's development vision for 2045 encompasses 8 development agendas, including just and equitable development. And then of course, ACE has recently developed a guide to a just and inclusive energy transition. And you can see how it has, like on the picture there, how it has further developed the tenets for energy justice while also kind of adapting it for the regional context. So furthermore, such concerns could be addressed at the project level. For example, for each project, they have to conduct feasibility studies which are privy to domestic EIA laws. However, it's still important to incorporate just transition principles into overall regional regulatory frameworks because of the transboundary nature of APG projects, which could lead to greater complexity. So having this could provide stronger guidance and accountability in the event that 2 or more countries have, for example, differences in EIA laws that need to be resolved. So as such, we recommend that future efforts to establish regional regulatory frameworks, which is one of the APAIC's objectives, can incorporate clearer definitions, priorities, and progress indicators on just transition concerns by using the growing grey literature on just energy transition. For example, the national planning documents and regional documents by ACE that I talked about. And they can also take into account the complexities of transboundary projects. So now we've seen that there are gaps in all tenets of energy justice, while existing acknowledgements of principles like social and environmental impacts can be more clearly fleshed out. So in the future, another source of guidance could be case studies from other regional grids, which have already started to incorporate such principles into their frameworks. For example, in the EU for the selection of projects of common interest, and also for the South African Power Pool, which has developed an environmental and social management framework for the region. So I've come to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for listening. My name is Jia Hui. Yeah, looking forward to your comments.
Thank you so much for the great presentation. I think it's also informed us a lot about what should we do next with the ASEAN Power Grid. Are there any comments, questions, feedback from the audience? Yes, Yusril?
Okay, thank you very much for that good presentation. When we are talking about this energy transition at the regional level, we can see that the ASEAN already proposed a framework to be implemented in the national level. But once again, just like another policy in ASEAN, such as in politics and also in security, a lot of framework sometimes it doesn't work when implemented in the national level because they have a different, like I said before, different power dynamics and also problem in their own government. So what do you think, what makes this framework could be implemented and be more effective compared to the other framework that was proposed by ASEAN? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question. Yes, it's true. One of the biggest, challenges to the APG, not just from the just transition standpoint, is that every country has differing rules and regulations and also different rules for enforcement. And that's one reason why it's so important and such a priority for, ASEAN to develop a regulatory framework. Oftentimes when we talk about whether there will be true accountability or enforcement, people talk about, examples from the EU case study where countries sort of have really strong rules for enforcement, but people are not really optimistic of having similar regional level enforcement or rigid procedures for ASEAN because it kind of works differently on a consensus basis. But I think one, what do you call it? One driver of greater accountability is the fact that a lot of APG projects, they are kind of, they are meant to be climate solutions, and they are meant to cater for increasing demand for clean energy from countries, governments, as well as businesses in those countries. So I think it's really up to the governments, the importing governments, and also the end use consumers, which are often, you know, big industry players with net zero commitments, to have like strong accountability frameworks in place as well, and to really demand that these are credible emissions reductions that are also justly applied. Thank you for your question.
Thank you so much for the answers and also for the feedback and questions. I think due to the time, we need to move to the next presentation. Again, please give a warm applause to Ms. Kim Jae.
Thank you.
Okay, shall we go to the next presentation? Now we also still be looking at the regional level. The research, may I please welcome Dr. Muhammad Hazrati and also Nivedita from the National University of Singapore that will present their research on the Towards a Right-Based ASEAN Approach to Governing Critical Energy Transition Minerals. Dr. Hazrati, yes, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mohammad Hazrati. I'm a senior research fellow at National University of Singapore, Center for International Law. And today, together with my colleague, Ms. Newi, who is also a research fellow at National University of Singapore, Center for International Law, together we are going to talk about the human rights-based ASEAN approach to governing critical energy transition minerals. The research question we have for that research is how ASEAN can develop a regional human rights-based approach to governing its critical energy transitional mineral as a necessary step toward a just and equitable and inclusive energy transition. And to answer that question, we are adopting a doctrinal and comparative case study method. And as it's obvious, our focus would be international and regional rather than national. We know that we are facing climate crisis and climate emergency, and it's asks us to go fast towards energy transition. And we need a major shift from fossil fuels to cleaner energy. And it's projected, based on that fact, it's projected that global renewable energy capacity will be tripled by 2030 and increase eightfold by 2050 compared to 2022 levels. And we know that clean energy technologies are at the heart of this transition. And those clean energy technologies are heavily rely on critical minerals. And so critical, we call those critical minerals critical energy transition minerals. And to achieve a net zero emission scenario, we require a six-fold increase in mineral inputs by 2040. There is no clear definition about critical minerals, but there are two main elements that can distinguish those minerals than the others. The first one is those critical minerals are essential for the functioning of modern technologies, economies, and national security. And the second element is they are vulnerable, their supply chains are vulnerable and prone to disruption. And when it comes to critical energy transitional minerals, there are other elements that can show them as critical energy transition minerals, including high extraction effort, concentrated production, declining resource quality, rising demand, and price volatility. One key feature of critical energy transition minerals is that the market of them is very concentrated, and leading suppliers are a few, and it means that there is a high risk for their supply chains. So many reporters, many scholars, many institutions are working on this aspect. But we know that it's not the only concern we have when we are thinking about critical minerals. There are lots of human rights and environmental issues, like violation of rights of indigenous peoples and local communities, ecosystem degradation, right to clean and healthy and sustainable environment, and broader rights, environmental rights obligation. And we know that in Paris Agreement, especially in its preamble, it says that when we are trying to combat climate change, we need to protect, we need to care about human rights and environmental issues. And then in advisory opinion, two advisory opinion that I'll explain later, it's been developed. When it comes to ASEAN, we know selected countries here in ASEAN have very strong role to play because they have lots of sources, like Indonesia and the Philippines in nickel, and Vietnam and Myanmar in rare earth elements, and Malaysia especially in processing and refining of rare elements. And in 2020, 30% of these critical minerals were exported and 70% consumed domestically in the region. And there are some commitments regarding a green transition in the region, and like 20% share of renewable energy will be from renewable energy, and 30% share of renewable energy in ASEAN by 2025. So all of these shows that we need a coordinated regional resource management. And still there are some governing issues regarding the critical minerals. Just I will explain later, but for now, one very important report by UNICRI, which was issued in 2025 regarding the crime associated with critical minerals in South Asia. When we are talking about human rights-based approach, we need an international legal framework that fortunately exists. And those legal framework has been developed this year by two very important advisory opinions. First by AICEE, and the second one by Inter-American Court of Human Rights. And both in one way or another are explaining about human rights protection when we are going for energy transition. Of course, they are speaking about climate change, responsibility for a state, but when they are speaking about that responsibility, they mention and emphasize that we need to be careful about human rights violation as well. And regarding the international legal framework, we know that one of the most important, customary international law is permanent sovereignty over natural resources. And that principle says that states have authority to manage their extraction and natural resources. But we know that this is not the only principle in international law. There are many human rights and environmental obligations that the state needs to take into account. One of them is UN Guiding Principle on Business and Human Rights, which is very important. It's not binding, but it's about private sector. Another one is UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights Report 2023, which highlights human rights risk in critical energy transition or mineral. And then UN Secretary General's, again, on critical energy transition or mineral panel 2024, and its guidance for action in 2025.
So from international, we then turn to another region, the African region. So here, Africa has vast critical energy transition mineral resources, as well as a renewable energy potential, which is kind of similar to Southeast Asia, and that's why we're looking at it. So there are several key frameworks in the context of Africa. So the first being the African Charter of Human and People's Rights, which is a binding instrument and it specifically provides, in particular, for the right to freely dispose of natural resources, as well as a right to a healthy environment. The African Charter also provides for the establishment of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, which is a quasi-judicial body, but most concern is that of late, they have been addressing cases of violations and abuses of human rights, specifically in the context of extractive industry activities. They've also set up a working group on extractive industries, the environment and human rights, which examines the impact of these extractive industries in Africa, but within the context of the African Charter of Human and People's Rights. Africa has also adopted a mining vision, which advocates for a transparent, equitable, optimal exploitation of mineral resources, and specifically for socio-economic development, which is essential to realizing human rights. It has also adopted a human rights-based approach to mineral resource governance resolution, which in particular provides for integration of human rights in governance. So what about ASEAN? So right now, there is no region-wide approach to governing critical energy transition minerals. In fact, there is no ASEAN-wide adopted definition of critical or strategic minerals. But what we can see is growing regional commitment to sustainability and rights protection. Some of the key instruments and actors already present include the binding ASEAN Charter. Okay, can you hear me now? Yes, can you hear me? Okay. The binding ASEAN Charter, which reflects the collective commitment made by ASEAN member states to the principles and purposes of ASEAN. And this would apply to any approach to govern critical energy transition minerals. Some of the key purposes of relevance here include to protect and promote human rights, as well as to promote the sustainability of natural resources. Principles of relevance would include adherence to rule of law, as well as upholding international law. There's also the ASEAN Human Rights Declaration, which is non-binding, and associated with that is the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights, a key actor, but this commission has no adjudicative function, unlike the African Commission on Human Rights. We've already heard about the recent release of the Guide to Just and Inclusive Energy Transition from AICEE, which also supports human rights. We've also got the ASEAN Minerals Cooperation that's taking place, which has an action plan, as well as a ministerial meeting on minerals. They've also produced ASEAN principles on sustainable minerals development, which specifically, as one of its principles, provides for human rights and social protection. And last but not the least, recently we've also have the ASEAN Economic Community Strategic Plan for 2026 to 2030, which provides for various principles, and at the heart of it, it provides support for rights-based approach in critical minerals. So, how do we achieve a human rights-based approach to critical energy transition mineral governance in ASEAN? We already have existing building blocks and principles. We just need to adapt them for a tailored regional approach to critical energy transition mineral governance. And for this approach to be meaningful, it needs to be grounded in the political and economic realities of the region. It needs to address not just the development opportunities presented by critical minerals, but also the risks posed by these minerals. ASEAN can and should take proactive steps to embed human rights, environmental integrity, and accountability in critical energy transition mineral governance. Ultimately, it needs to work towards a comprehensive, smart mix of law and policies to ground a human rights-based approach to critical energy transition mineral governance. And as our keynote speaker stated earlier this morning, energy transition is deeply human. And to that end, a human rights-based approach is very much in line with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Dr. Hazrati and also Nefedita. May I ask to the audience, are there any questions, feedback, or comments for the insightful presentation before we go to the next session? Yeah, yes, please.
Thank you very much for your very insightful presentation. I just want to ask, what is to your knowledge and also your research, what is the most ideal or effective way to implement those kind of standards and also safeguard or framework, because each of country has their own rules, and I don't know what kind of mechanism do we need to effectively implement all this framework. Maybe we need like a reward and punishment mechanism, or more stringent market pressure, or what kind of thing, because we know we have all those kind of documents, but the implementation, as I mentioned before, it's still very lacking. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your question. And what you have highlighted is the reality of the day when it comes to Southeast Asia. You've got the international, you've got the regional, but you also have the national and the local levels. Ultimately, all the different pieces and blocks need to come together and work to actually implement it in practice. What ASEAN can do at its level is obviously limited. It can't enforce implementation. And I think we all know ASEAN doesn't really like legally binding instruments. Most of ASEAN instruments are non-binding, soft law, expressing commitment, willingness to think about it, to process it, but it's not enforceable. That is the reality at the regional level. But what the regional commitment and the principles that we can see already show is this is not something new. This is something that at the ASEAN level, countries are already thinking about, and they have expressed a willingness to think about it and try and implement it at the national level. Then the onus then shifts to the national level, where you have the civil society, you have the national governments who then need to take on the task to try and find ways to implement it. And then furthermore, as you go to the local levels, as we discussed earlier in the presentation, particularly in the context of nickel mining, you need these actors to also play a part. So everyone needs to play a part. I don't think the solution, the end-all be-all solution is really just ASEAN, but it's just one piece of the bigger puzzle, and everyone needs to play a part in that. I hope that helps.
Thank you again for the answers and also for the presentation. Very great presentation, by the way. I'm very sorry to to cut you very short because of the time. But once again, perhaps if anyone have more questions, again, we can always chat during the coffee break. Yes, please give a warm applause for Dr. Hazrati and Nivedita. Thank you, and we'll go to the last session, last presentation of this morning session. I think the presenters are already sitting in the front. Yeah, these four people I noticed from Queensland. Yeah. Yes. We have Zaki, Muhammad Zakiuddin, and then Anita Widyastuti, Lutfi Kamil, and also Damian Trioga Irdana, that will present on the Powering Indonesia's Frontier, Outermost, and Underdeveloped Regions, Integrated Framework for Just, Equitable, and Inclusive Electrification. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. In 2015, I traveled more than 3,000 kilometers, leaving my hometown to a small village called Warbefondi. After a long journey, my fellows and I finally arrived on that small island named Biak Island. This became our house for the next 2 months. But when we got into the house, we were surprised because, you know what? There was no electricity. And I realized something that I believe I saw an electricity network running along the main road. Yeah, here it is. So what was going on? The local residents say that the micro hydro plant was having trouble. But when would it be fixed? When would we finally have electricity again? So after 2 days without power, we finally decided to allocate some of our funds to buy diesel to run a local generators from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. And I have never experienced anything like that before because I always lived in a city where I can access electricity 24 hours a day. And these two experiences really teach me something, that electricity access in Indonesia is far from equal, with rural communities often left behind. And yet the data says electrification ratio in Indonesia has reached more than 99%. But where does this data came from? The Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources simply defined the electrification ratio as the presence of electricity infrastructure. That means Warbe Fondi and hundreds or even thousand other villages across Indonesia can be considered as electrified, even though in reality, the lights never came on. So today, we would like to invite you to explore our proposed framework to powering Indonesia's frontier, outermost, and underdeveloped regions to bring a just, equitable, and inclusive electrification.
So, according to the data from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, they showed the remarkable progress from 2013 until 2017 about the electrification ratio. But after 2018, the growth has stagnant. So, this figure shows us one important thing, which is the last 1% is the most hardest and the most challenging part on completing the complete the task. And most of the remaining areas located in the frontier, outermost, and also underdeveloped region in Indonesia or the treaty regions. So here, the main challenge is the geographical and infrastructure barriers that make electricity access become difficult. So if we look beyond the stagnancy of the Indonesia electricity ratio, there is a bigger concern behind the electrification ratio. The number itself only show us the infrastructure access, not the quality of the service. So what we really need now is to move beyond the counting the access, the connections toward to measuring the quality of the service. So it includes the service of quality, how the electricity has a good frequency, and also the hours of connections, and then the reliability, where we talk about the SAIDI and also SAIFI numbers for connection, and then the last and the most important thing is about the coverage, because we cannot rely on counting one village is electrified when they have one single connection to the electricity, but how the all communities can truly access the electricity. So the next step is not just expanding the grid, but also ensuring reliability and also quality electricity for all communities.
Sorry. Yeah, so in this research, we have developed a research insights, which we will do first with the study, a thematic literature review, combined with a semi-structure interviews with the stakeholders, as well as case studies in the outermost regions or treaty regions in Indonesia. So we came up with a research questions, to what extent and how can an integrated operational and financing framework can manage through a dedicated intermediary agency, can accelerate the provision of just, equitable, and inclusive electrification in the Indonesia's three regions or outermost regions. To validate this research, we will use a multi-method. First is multi-tier frameworks developed by Batia and Angelo, which was published in their reports Beyond Energy Access, the energy, published in the World Bank, which basically assess electricity beyond just the whether there is or there is not infrastructure. And also we'll do a RACI matrix, which responsible, accountable, consulted, and also informed for its stakeholders for their own roles and the responsibility. Also, there is no sustainability without a financial sustainability, so we will develop a financial modeling in this process.
Okay, so sorry for the graph, it's a little bit messy. Yeah, currently we know that PLN or in Indonesia, electricity companies that own electricity company is mandated as the single by regulation. Electricity supply business area or wilayah usaha penyediaan tenaga listrik, except that being mandated by the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources to to have that rights. So it is a very, very big challenge for PLN, especially for one single entity to cover all of Indonesian electricity. So that's why we propose that we have to, like Badan Layanan Umum or BLU, Public Service Agency, to have those mandates in terms of those regions. And then because some of the regions, PLN has already built the assets and also the this electricity. So Danantara will make sure that PLN has to transfer the assets and also the rights to that public service agency. And in terms of financing, not only by the state-owned, not only by the APBN, but also we encourage the public and also private participation. By the public-private partnership, donor or private can have this participation to build this project. So using this PSA, the project funding will be, before the funding, we propose that because no one fits all, especially in those regions, so we have to assess the community as well as we do the feasibility studies to this community, and then by the financial and also the source. For example, some region maybe can have solar, or the other maybe not. And then after that, by building the electrification project by NGO or the sociopreneur. And after that, key challenges that we found, for example, like in Sumba, we know that after they built, it's like not sustainable, not sustained. Why? Because PLN or our government just build it and then leave it. So we have to make sure that the community have assistance to keep this electrification and also to maintain this project. So it is the framework that we proposed in terms of the electrification project in the 3T region, or outermost, underdeveloped, and this research actually come from our study in the University of Queensland. We not only from the academia, but also from the experts as well. And also we have professional projects like that, and also elective courses. And we also would like to say thank you to LPDP that we can come and to sponsor this project and also to sponsor our conference today. So thank you so much. Your input and also the fruitful discussion will be very valuable for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Zaki, Anita, Lutfi, and also Damian for the presentation. Okay, maybe we only have one comment or question from the audience. Yes.
Hello, my name is Saka Setarutama from Sampurna University. I have a question about the framework that you just gave us. I've seen that the PLN will do the rights and transfer the technology and the assets to the PSA or public service agency. But I do have a bit of a question or maybe a concern. We know that PLN have standardized all of the equipment, all of the procedures, and all of the assets itself. Is there any or anybody that can actually concern or maybe just test or just check that it will be always standardized to the local or even the national region, because we know that some of the projects in Indonesia that may have some problems, like I'm sorry, but MBG have some problems in the standardization itself, have some problems. Do you have any idea how to keep that standardization always in check? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. It's such a good one. So this framework is actually applied just for the 3T regions. So it's basically an off-grid system. And through this framework, the PLN will transfer not only the assets, but also the knowledge of how to maintain, how to operate the asset to the public service agency. And through this framework, we also propose that the public service agency will also be developed with like experts in electricity area. So we believe that that's gonna be doable and feasible to do. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for the answer. I'm very sorry to cut you on short again because we really don't have time. So thank you again for all of the presentations in today's session. Yes, if you can. So I think that's all for the morning session today. And we have just a tiny bit time for coffee break. I think the coffee break is already outside. You can go outside and enjoy a little bit of coffee and snacks. And before we're joining into another panel session that will start in 10 minutes, I think. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone.
afternoon, everyone. So I think we're about 3 minutes to start. I think we need to together with the other presenters as well to come in. Yeah. Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. Sorry for being late to start the session. So I think we have some technical issues in the mornings that might be causing the lates of starting the next session. So yeah, welcoming you to the session. So I think this session will speak about the there are several interesting presentations that we can hear from the presenters. So allow me to introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Rizky Kersnawan. You can call me Rizky. So I am the senior energy modeler at ASEAN Center for Energy. So I think I will be your chair in this afternoon session. So I think let's just move to the first session. So I think we have Ms. Rafika Farah Maulia. She will present about the optimizing of Indonesia's power sector decarbonization with the question, can nuclear fit in? So I think Ms. Rafika, yeah, please come to the stage, and then you have about 10 minutes presentation and also following by 5 minutes Q&A.
Check. Okay.
Okay, is it good? Okay, please give round of applause to Ms. Rafika.
Thank you very
You may
much.
start.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Mas Rizky, for the warm welcome, and also thank you very much for everyone attending this presentation this afternoon. And I see all the faces of my colleagues, so we can just discuss what I will present today. So this is my presentation about the optimizing Indonesia's power sector decarbonization with the special or specific question, can nuclear fit in? Actually, this project is coming from the AGF, or Asian Green Future project, with the support of UN SDSN, particularly for the Southeast Asia, and this is all college are attending this session today. Thank you very much. And we kind of like doing a bit modification to the previous model, so we can see how nuclear can be implemented in Indonesia, because as we know, the new RUPTL, or the electricity supply business plan, rolled out by the PLN, or the main utility company from Indonesia, are already targeted an implementation of nuclear power plant by 2032. So we're gonna see, is it possible to deploy the nuclear power plant in Indonesia? So this is the team of Indonesia with Dr. Alin Halimatul Sadia, and also Mr. Yuda and me as a presenter today. This is our background. Indonesia is one of the largest consumer of electricity, especially energy in Southeast Asia. And the electrification rate of Indonesia is kind of impressive. It's almost 100%, but it's actually a number on the document, but we don't really know the actual electrification rate of Indonesia, because we know that many outer island of Indonesia are still lack of electricity supply. And the national energy mix are still dominated by coal and also fossil fuel power plant, which contributes more than 60% of Indonesian electricity generation. And the energy sector contributes almost 45% of Indonesia total GHG emission. So this is the largest GHG emission in Indonesia among all sectors. And the government has initiated to implement the net zero target by 2060 or earlier under certain scenarios. And the general electricity supply plan emphasize transition to renewable energy, aiming for some certain target like 21% by 2030, 41% by 2040, 64% by 2050, and 73% by 2060. And in a more ambitious target, they also plan to have 100% renewable energy in Indonesia by 2060. And this is the special case in this presentation is the nuclear power plant. As I mentioned earlier, that the PLN has already committed to deploy nuclear, which is still in very large debate in Indonesia because we are uh, a country with prone to natural disasters such as earthquake and mountain eruption and other things. So maybe we have the resource of nuclear, but we don't know the feasibility of the nuclear. Except also we also consider that how this nuclear will be fit in Indonesia, considering its cost is still high, still higher relative to other renewable energy electricity plant. So we try to compile some documentation planning from several institutions like IESR, LCD, ISP, IEA, and the government of Indonesia via RUKN, IRENA, and LTS LCCR. They have different target, different model of each of the NZA target. So some documents, they still allows for fossil fuels, but let's say the ISR model, they do not allow for fossil fuels. They targeted 100% renewable energy by 2050. So this is different kind of modeling that we have to project how Indonesia are going to cope with the electricity sector in the upcoming future. This is the modeling basis of our paper. We have three models here. The first one is the existing or business as usual. We call it as base scenario. The base scenario, we rely on the current target of RUKN without retirement of a coal-fired power plant. And the more ambitious policy is actually following the RUKN or National General Electricity Supply Plan with 100% RE shares target by 2060. And the optimization of more ambitious policy, it will follow the more ambitious policy with optimization programs. So the second scenario do not insert or do not incorporate the cost of electricity, but the third scenario, we incorporate the cost function of electricity to estimate which power plant is the most cost efficient to implement in Indonesia. This is some of our assumption. We use the GDP and also the population. We have several periods. The first period are likely to be higher GDP growth and also higher population, and it will decrease by the time because as we know the population of a certain country are decreasing by the time, and also viewing the target of national GDP growth and also economic growth, it will also decrease the GDP growth. So we divide the assumption into three times period. This is the preliminary result of our simulation. The first one is the electricity demand. So beside we project or estimate the electricity supply, we also see how the demand goes on. The first one is the base. The base electricity demand is almost a half of the MAP or more ambitious policy and also optimized policy. This is because the optimized and the more ambitious policy, they use more electricity target in the demand sector, so they have higher electricity demand in the future. And this is our preliminary result for the electricity generation. By 2060, the map scenario project a renewable dominated power mix, solar with 33%, hydro 24%, and nuclear 23% of the energy mix. So we don't know whether this energy mix for the nuclear is optimal because currently we only have nuclear target until 2034. So the 2034 target is only 0.5 gigawatt capacity. So it's still low compared to another renewable energy power plant. But we don't know how many targets are set until 2060. So this is our model result that maybe with more ambitious policy, the nuclear can take or contribute up to 23% of the renewable energy capacity. But with the optimized MAP, when we incorporate the cost of each renewable energy or of each power plant, we see a significant decrease of a nuclear power plant from 22% to only 12%. It shows that we have the resource to deploy the nuclear power plant, but in terms of cost efficiency, it's still very high. So the result shows that it may be beneficial for Indonesia, and it may be feasible for Indonesia to implement or to deploy the nuclear electricity or nuclear power plant, but in a certain amount because the cost of nuclear is still very costly. This is the cost breakdown of each scenarios. The existing pathways has a slightly lower total cost than the more ambitious pathways. And the last scenario, that is the optimized MAP, has the least cost for among all scenarios. We can see that with a higher electricity capacity deployed, they have lower total cost because we use the optimization to see which which technology is the most cost effective. Because if we talk about the electricity market, or if we talk about market, it's not only the technological side. We also need to see the economical analysis to see whether it is feasible or not to be deployed. So on the left-hand chart, we can see the levelized cost of electricity, or LCOE. So we can see that the optimized MAP has the most lower MAP. So LCOE. So we can see that with optimization, we can get the lowest cost with the highest or the optimal electricity production. And this is the greenhouse gas emission. We can see this is the base scenario, and the other one is the saving of GHG during the lifetime of the project until 2060. We can save up to 9,000 ton of CO2 equivalent, and we can see that the cost avoiding of GHG is the lowest from the optimized MAP. This is some conclusion for this presentation. The optimization pathways enables a more renewable energy dominated zero emission power sector by 2060 with lower cost and also more efficient GHG abatement. The cost of technology nuclear provides key baseload support but remains relatively costly. And this is the main conclusion maybe, because we can say that the deployment of nuclear technology in Indonesia for electricity is particularly possible or feasible, but we need to evaluate the cost of the deployment of the nuclear. This is some improvement opportunity for the model, and we need to see the overall cost burden of each of technology, we need to also to incorporate the externalities. So the future development of this model will incorporate the externality cost to see which the most possible renewable energy to be deployed in Indonesia. And this is some limitation of this study, from granularity to some missing costs and so on. Yeah, I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Give round of applause to Miss Rafika. So I think I would like to invite the question from participants in the room. If you have any question that to ask to Rafika. So we have Professor Yun Yong. Do you have any additional microphones back there? Okay.
Thank you for the interesting presentation. Do you think interconnections will change the cost effectiveness of nuclear power for Indonesia?
Thank you very much, Professor Yun Yong, for the questions. Yeah. We work together in this project, actually. So yeah, the grid integration, maybe transponders integration will optimize and also will will reduce the cost of electricity. Because we can interchange the resource and have more like advantage from the region which has more efficient in producing a certain technology for electricity. So yeah, maybe we can advocate for the APG project. That's also a good idea, but we know that there's many issues on the project because each of country has their own market structure, has their own laws. So the barrier is there. So it's a good idea to connect the grid between the ASEAN countries, especially Indonesia is the archipelago country. So it's very important to connect from the main island to the other island, which we can exchange the resource for the electricity. But yeah, one thing to solve is the barriers, the regulatory barriers, and also the market structure. It's very important because Indonesia itself, if we talk about Indonesia, the government of Indonesia is very reluctant to open the market. We can say that. So it's yeah, maybe we can make a corrected grid, but with some adjustment for a certain country. I think that's all.
Thank you for your answer. So I would like to invite another participants if you have any further questions to the presentation that delivered by Ms. Rafika. Yeah, please. Please mention your name and also institution.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Rahmat Hermawan from PTPLN. I want to ask your studies, which is in the RUPTL and the electricity business plan. There is 2 locations for implementing SMR in West Kalimantan and Bangka. That the previous discussion, interconnection, is it interconnection will affect to nuclear plants? I agree with Professor because example in Kalimantan, we already import from the Malaysia. So there is Malaysia also so many potential of hydro. I think it will be a challenge, the electricity, the capability of the Indonesia. How do you can face it of the barriers of it, because Indonesia have a regulation of energy security, swasembada energy like that. But in other case, we still import from Malaysia, and they provide so many, but Indonesia still yes, no, like that. But in other case, if we implement nuclear, whether it is site survey is already licensed by Bapeten, but I think import from the Malaysia is more better. The electricity cost more lower. That's the other case. Maybe you can any suggestion about this? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Rahmat from PTPL, and this is the main stakeholders of Indonesia and electricity. Yeah, I agree with you that currently maybe the import of electricity from, for example, from Malaysia, for example, is more efficient in the cost and in terms of cost. That's why we also suggest in our study that we can develop the nuclear power plant in Indonesia, but we have to assess the cost effectiveness as well. That maybe the target of 0.5 gigawatt by 2034 is too higher, and too high, and maybe we can just evaluate which is the most efficient. And also you mentioned about the energy security and also it's, if we talk about Indonesia, it's hard to enter the market, the electricity market, because the vertically integrated market structure. And yeah, the suggestion, I don't really have the suggestion right now, but yeah, as our study results shows that the deployment of nuclear is possible, but the effectiveness of the cost is need to be reassessed.
Thank you, Mr. Rafika. Do you have any follow-up question? Okay.
Okay, sure.
Because kind of politics, yeah. Technology that implemented will be SMR, small modular reactors. What do you think? Floating or onshore? Yeah. Thank you. This one.
This is more technical. That basically I'm an my background is economics, and I don't really have deep knowledge about the technology of nuclear. So maybe we can discuss it later after the session about this. Yeah, we need to check each of the technology, nuclear technology, which one is more efficient for Indonesia, but not only efficient in terms of cost, because we also need to ensure the safety of the nuclear itself, and also the impact for the society and also for the environment, I guess.
Okay, thank you so much. One last question from Professor Yun Yong.
Rafika, since you are from Indonesia, could you give us some on-the-ground insights on the nuclear plants in Bangka, and then the interconnections of Bangka, Belitung, Batam?
Yeah, maybe this question is more appropriately addressed to Mr. Rahmat. Mr. Rahmat, actually, maybe you can help me to answer this question, Mr. Rahmat. Yeah. So as far as I know, the nuclear implementation in Bangka is not yet implemented. It is still on the pilot project and also in the research and development. So let's see if the project will be implemented in the upcoming years. Because the target is to implement the nuclear power plant by 2032. So we still have some years, like 7 years, to see whether this project works or not in Indonesia. But hopefully we can have a good result if that's expected. Maybe Mr. Rahmat has another opinion.
Yeah, yeah. Perhaps we can discuss after this, because someone is just saying we need to move on to the next presenter. So thank you so much, Ms. Rafika. Please give round of applause to Ms. Rafika for the interesting presentations on nuclear costs and also the how the markets goes in Indonesia. So the second presenter that we have right now is Dr. Go Chun Meng. Come to the stage. So, yeah, please give a round of applause to him. He will present about a modeling analysis of Vietnam's decarbonization anchors in revised PDP 8 2025. So, Dr. Go, you have 10 minutes presentation, and also we'll follow 5 minutes Q&A. Can we show the slides? Please, the stage is yours.
Hello. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for attending this session. My name is Go Chunming, and I'm representing the ASEAN Green Future Project at the UN SDSN headquarters based at Sunway University. Today, I will present to you our study titled "A Modeling Analysis of Vietnam's Decarbonization." This study will explore how Vietnam's revised power development plan will shape its power sector transition towards net zero in 2050, and what other cost-optimized pathway would look like. Okay, so the story of Vietnam is one of rapid growth. Over the past 3 decades, the country achieved robust economic growth, industrialization, and poverty reduction. Population-wise, it is currently the third and the 16th most populous country in ASEAN and globally, respectively. Economically, it is currently the 4th and the 33rd largest economy in ASEAN and the world. However, this country is one of the 11 most climate vulnerable nations in the world in exposure to climate risks, according to UN AICEE. So the Mekong Delta, for example, a home to 18 million people, could see 70% of their home inundated by sea level rise within 80 years. And hence, they become the 3rd country to receive assistance from JPAC, who provided them 15.5 billion to help them in energy transition to achieve net zero in 2050. When it comes to their projection for social economics, the population is projected to reach 155 million by 2050, and over 50% of their population will live at urban area by 2030 and 70% by 2050. Economics-wise, the annual GDP growth rate continued to be very impressive. 10% is expected from 2026 to 2030. And till 2050, the annual growth rate is 7.5%. That would place them as a high-income nation by 2050, as the GDP per capita reach $43,000 US. So in regard to climate policies, they have a range of plans to reduce carbon emissions, as well as trying to invest in renewable energy. So the topic of today's talk would focus on their power development plans. So this plan is actually announced in 2023, and it has since undergone a second major revision this year in April, where they actually further tightened the emissions reduction targets and increase the renewable energy share in the national power mix. So in particular, we would see a dramatic rise in investment in solar energy. The 2030 solar capacity target will increase by almost 6-fold compared to previous version. And to support this surge in renewable, they also increased the battery storage capacity by a staggering 54 times, showing that they have a strong commitment towards decarbonization. In this revision, they also introduced nuclear and geothermal officially into the national strategy, thereby broadening the country's technology portfolio. So we can now model how the electricity demand looks like using the government's official targets and policy assumptions. And the growth would follow an exponential trajectory. The electricity demand would rise from 270 terawatt hour in 2023 to 400 terawatt in a few years by 2030. And then it triples to more than 1,300 terawatt by 2050 in 20 years. And by far, the industry sector remains the largest consumer of electricity, accounting for 55% of the electricity used, followed by transport, 23%, residential, 15%, and services at 6%. So these proportions actually reflect Vietnam has a very strong manufacturing industrial base and also a rapid urbanization occurring. By the end of 2050, we will see that there is a surge for transport sector. This is due to the demand for electricity increase from electrification of vehicles, such as trains, public transport, and freight system, as they lay down in their green transport strategy. So in order to cope with this demand, we have to model it, how the energy power mixture look like. So we model 4 main scenarios using low emission analysis platform, or LEAP, modeling environment, coupled with the next energy modeling system for optimization, NEMO, where we use Gurobi as the solver. So the 4 main scenarios are existing policy pathway, EPP, the more ambitious pathway, as well as their optimized version, the OEPP and the OMAP. For the existing policy pathway, all the assumptions used were following the government policies for demographics, efficiency, fuel prices, for example. We also integrate key policy references, such as the Vietnam Energy Efficiency Program, 3, and the green transport strategy that I talked about just now, to remain consistency with other assumptions. For the more ambitious pathway, MAP, we would remove all the fossil fuel generation, including LNG with hydrogen co-firing, just to see how the power mixture would look like without any fossil fuel involved. And then for the optimized cases, we would test how we can keep the same capacity, but still generate the same amount of electricity with the least cost. And our results look like this. Okay, so it's a bit busy with this slide. Okay, so this slide is to show the comparisons for all the scenarios when it comes to electric generation. So we would focus on the year 2030 and 2050. For the existing pathway, for the existing pathway for 2030, we would see that there is a big reliance on coal here by the national policy. However, if we remove coal, in the case for more ambitious pathway, we would see that all the capacity would move to hydropower. Interestingly, if we optimize the government policy, it would also tell you that coal is not actually as cheap as hydropower, because hydropower is practically free. Well, only that you have to invest in the dams. The same results can be obtained for the optimized MAP situations. In this case, hydropower will dominate, and the green part and the red part which stand for solar and wind, will slowly increase over the year to 2050. So the red represents wind power, and the green represents solar, with investment and deployment of battery storage, because they increased by 54%, 54 times. So now they become viable options. And hydropower will reduce compared to the situation in 2030. Right. Okay. So in this slide, we would talk a little bit about how the revised PDP-8 compared to the original PDP-8. So here we have two columns. We would see that most of them is about the same. But for solar, as we already noticed, there is an increase of more than 4 times, 5 times. And for the wind power, we see more than about 1.8 times. Nuclear power now appears in the revised PDP-8. Hydrogen power get reduced. However, this is an illusion, because most of the hydrogen is now placed into the coal-firing situation with natural gas. So natural gas actually increased because of more than 70% of the natural gas power plants will be turned into coal-firing power plants with hydrogen. And the total cost will be increased due to an increase of capacity in 2050. The cost is about same, I would say, although the LCOE will increase by 2050 due to the increase of generation costs from higher capacity. Carbon emission, however, will reduce drastically, more than 3 times. And this actually shows an earlier investment in RE, in the revised PDP-8, such that it drives down the levelized cost of electricity in 2030, but it would increase again because of higher capacity. And okay, so this prompts us to look at what if we remove all the fossil fuel from the revised PDP-8. If we remove all the coals and the natural gas, you would see that most of the capacity generated by coal now shifted to hydropower, and then solar and wind. Because the optimized scenario optimizes for cost as well, so it favors hydropower because this is the cheapest option. And hydrogen energy seems to be expensive, so they prefer not to. And there is a reduction in nuclear power because it is deemed not as efficient, not as cost viable, effective in 2030, but it will increase dramatically again until 2050 as the cost drives down in 20 years. Interestingly, we also see that if you remove all the fossil fuel from your power generation, you can actually get a cheaper cost for electricity if you optimize the scenario. Without optimization, this price will be higher. So you cannot naively just remove fossil fuel. You have to go through strategic planning, and this is the generation share for them. For carbon emission, it drives down to very small, 0, close to. that's mainly just solely from biomass fuel.
So, Dr. Go, sorry to interrupt. So you have 1 minute to conclude. Yeah.
So my conclusion is that solar and wind solar and wind continues to be dominant power generation. Nuclear is not as dominant, although it is viable. So for our future work, there is sensitivity analysis as well as transmission modeling. So thank you so much. These are my references.
Thank you so much, Dr. Go, for your presentations. I would like to invite the participants, if you have any questions to the presentations. Parma.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me before this one. Okay, I think first of all, business scheme in Vietnam is related typical to Indonesia also for PTPLN. I see there is a changes that you speak before. This is coal to zero. Is there any conversion totally like drugs, like ash also, which is coal to fully biomass in your country because there is still biomass? And then Indonesia has have a roadmap of hydrogen, and you see that the global condition that there is electricity also and hydrogen also. Why? I want to know why the reason Vietnam choose zero hydrogen. And then because there is zero, and then the natural gas also zero. I think that's related to your asset, your life asset maybe of the gas turbine. Thank you very much. Can you explain? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So the MAP scenario is fully controlled by the modeler. So the OMAP scenario has nothing to do with government policy. It is just to advise that if you want to remove all the fossil fuel, how the power mixture would look like when you want it to be cost effective. So this has nothing to do with the government removing it. The government did not plan to remove it. It is just that the optimization tells us that it is not as competitive as if you use hydropower. So this is a completely hypothetical scenario by the modeler. The revised PDP-8 is the government target, but not the OMAP. Does that answer your question? Yeah. In the revised PDP-8 or in the OMAP? Yeah, so this is again control. Actually, this solution, the modeler has no control. The optimization would find the most cost-effective power mix. So this is the solution given by the solver. So when it's trying to minimize the cost, it would advise that hydropower is cheaper than biomass, although the plan is to increase usage in biomass. Yeah, all the cost is already input from the government document. They have a compilation on that. So we use that data. Sorry. So the fuel prices come from the Vietnam Energy Outlook that is endorsed by the Vietnam government. So with that cost, it turns out that biomass is not as cost effective. So this energy outlook do not optimize for cost. So hence you would see that why it is such a low usage for biomass. It is nothing to do with the government. It's just the solver telling us that. Sure.
Yeah, we have 2 questions. One's at the back, and then the other one is Professor Yunong.
Thank you very much. My name is Hideaki Obane. I come from Japan. I so your results, the hydropower is more installed than compared to PDP-8. But in cost of minimization model, the energy mix is critically depend on assumption, especially for the potential of hydropower and nuclear power. So my question is, how do you consider of the maximum potential of the hydropower and nuclear power? Because it's a critical point.
Oh, okay, that's a good question. Yes, we do cap our theoretical potential. That's the maximum theoretical potential for hydropower, for solar, for wind, for example. Those were input into our modeling scenarios. So those come from other sources. I have to check my model again. It's most likely from the IEA. So yes, it is cap. And for nuclear, we do not cap the theoretical maximum because as long as you have money, you can buy uranium and build it. So there's no cap for that. And we just input the few courses, the capital courses and the variable and fixed operation and maintenance costs, and run the simulation. And that's the result that it gives us. So because hydropower is still considerably cheaper than nuclear, unless with time, if the simulation goes up to 2060, then you would see that nuclear increases even more. And there is a decrease in hydropower. I did not have the result to show you, but I did run the simulation to show that nuclear is favored as we go into 2060, 2070, and so on. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
One last question from Professor Yun Yong.
Your electricity demand chart and wondering about the demand share of the services sector continuing to remain as the smallest, even as Vietnam continues to urbanize and develop until 2050. And I wonder if you might have any thoughts about why the services sector continues to remain the smallest.
Actually, we allowed the growth of this trend based on the past year's trend from 2000 to 2018. So based on the trend in those years, because services is not a large profile, so it did not grow as large, although it did grow. As to why it did not grow as much, yeah, I have to look into that. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Go. So I think we can end of the presentation. So move to the next presenter. Thank you so much. So I think we have the next presenter, Mr. Lee Chen Chung. Please come to the stage. Please give round of applause to Mr. Lee. Organization in Malaysia, solar based as a substitute for gas-fired power plants. So, Mr. Lee, you have 10 minutes presentation and also 5 minutes Q&A.
Sure. Good afternoon, distinguished participants. Thank you very much to our moderator. I think I take a very minimalist design on my slide. Sorry about that, but that doesn't mean I think the contributors and support universities and agencies aren't important. Malaysia has pledged to achieve a net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. I think, however, the current pathway to decarbonize this electricity sector still relies heavily on gas. So we all know that, especially on the CCGT technology, combined cycle gas turbine. So in this presentation, I will evaluate the economic and technical some implications of continued gas reliance, and also propose solar photovoltaic PV coupled with BESS, battery energy storage system, as a viable and more optimal alternative. So the modeling, next slide. Actually, not yet, but the modeling is based on, I have to click it, sorry. So achieving net zero greenhouse gas by 2050 means these plants will eventually be replaced, by green energy in the medium term, leading to redundant sunk costs and unnecessary investment. So there are few issues with this. I think first is that Malaysia gas supply is highly subsidized, unlike other countries. So our domestic pipe gas from Petronas is subjected to a price cap linked to our Malaysia reference price. So the results in actually billions of ringgit in annual subsidies, diverting public funds that could otherwise support renewable energy infrastructure. And second, also in pursuit of net zero emission, gas plants constructed today will need to be retired prematurely, creating stranded assets and sunk costs. So there are some studies also that have referred to the methane gas leaks problem when you build gas pipelines that are often overlooked. So the question here is that, is there a cleaner, more cost-effective and future-proof alternative to gas in Malaysia power sector? So this is the research question that I'm trying to address. So we hypothesize that solar BESS can economically substitute gas-fired power, driven by rapid cost declines in renewable technology. So these charts are from NREL. And according to NREL and its 2025, I quote, solar PV capex declines up to about 7% a year from 2022 to 2050, continuing thereafter. And good news is also the BESS capex also declines up to about 4% per year, also continues decreasing to 2050. So here they are a few scenarios, the conservative scenario, moderate, and advanced. So the data that I use is the moderate scenario in this case. So as you can see, it's not just the LCOE, but then also the capex and fixed OM, operation and maintenance costs, are also declining. This is the cost of the breakdown, the cost breakdown, including land prep, permitting, getting environmental studies, and so on and so forth. This is the best cost. So we can see the similar trend that is also projected to decline over years. And interestingly, under the be it the high or low scenario, I think the declining trend is very obvious. This is the breakdown of the cost of battery, BESS. So likewise, the study adopt LEAP and NEMO as modeling tools. And the modeling is based on the open source AGF My 2.2 model. So it's SDSN AGF main version 3.3.5, alpha version 3. We use the same discount rate and inflation in this case for Malaysia. There are two scenarios. One is the baseline scenario, gas dependent and no storage. Another is a solar BESS scenario. So by including, this is the demand. You can see that the residential demand growth is about 57% by 2050. Services about 193%, industry about 116%. Transport, very stunning growth due to the projection that the EVs will, as compared to the existing policy scenario, solar BESS plays an important role in the generation capacity in terms of gigawatt. So as you can see, by 2050, actually solar BESS hybrid is already taking about 10 gigawatts of capacity, whereas solar about 66. And mind you, this is just the existing policy pathway. Of course, in terms of terawatt hour, that's more an important reflection that we can see that the energy output, solar produces about 87, but then the solar BESS hybrid produce about 96 terawatt hour of energy. So this is the comparison of the, in this case, the without solar BESS option and with solar BESS option. So see on your left, this is the existing scenario without battery, and this is the scenario with solar BESS. So we can see that it represents actually with solar BESS. Solar produces 184 terawatt hour of energy. So it contributes about 42% of total electricity. And it represents also 88% increase in energy output and nearly doubling solar share in the generation mix. So why such a dramatic difference, ladies and gentlemen? It's because the storage eliminates intermittency, allowing solar to serve as a dispatchable and firm power. So no longer intermittent power that needs to be managed by grid or other solution. So this is the energy output. We can also see that there is a very stark contrast compared to the solutions without solar BESS. So the findings reveal a very crucial insight, closing. Solar alone is insufficient in decarbonizing our economy and reach net zero by 2050. So we need solar BESS to fundamentally transform renewables into a base load capable resource. So with solar BESS, it actually enhances reliability, maximizes resource utilization, reduces curtailment, and it can compete directly with gas-fired generation. So to enable this transition, I would suggest policymaking must shift in a few areas. First is to reallocate subsidies from gas to RE and storage infrastructure. And secondly, incentivize utility skill-based deployment, which we have seen Malaysia has taken a more aggressive pace compared to before. And third, integrate solar BESS in national energy planning. Fourth, avoid stranded assets issue by halting future gas plants construction. Because if you look at the current trend is that the government is still planning to build another 14 gigawatt of CCGT in the next 15 years until 2040. So we would like to suggest that it can actually be replaced with more ambitious target and also a more forward-looking planning by incorporating solar BESS before we evaluate other options. So this is what I have. But to end is that there are few more assumptions that I would like to build on in Malaysia. The first problems we have is the emergence of data center in Malaysia. So I'm trying to also incorporate that into the demand of services. Second issue, the second assumption is also based on the real cost of having the solar BESS. So by incorporating this and to optimize this, we would also like to further evaluate the possibilities of achieving net zero by completely eliminating gas by 2050. So that will be another scenario that I will be working on. So that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lee. So I would like to invite the participants. Do you have any questions to Mr. Lee?
Please.
Professor Leong.
Thank you, Waivili, for sharing your interesting research with us. Can you briefly describe the current policy environment for solar BESS in Malaysia? Second, I was encouraged to hear the various possibilities of translating your research results into policy impact. How do you plan to make that happen on the ground?
Thank you. First question is about the support. I noticed a gradually shift in the having more substitution of renewables to transition field like gas. Initially we are supposed to only have our grid level BESS by 2030, but now we have already moved that forward to latest 2026 or 2027. So that's 3 years ahead. So I guess grid operators realize they cannot continue business as usual approach. Secondly, despite all this, there are also worries about the energy trilemma thing. The energy security has always been the utmost priority of the policymaker. So by building more gas, it actually makes them feel more reliable by having a ready and very firm power energy to not just power the current economy, current industries, but also the upcoming data centers. So we would like to continue to convince them to place more batteries. So any new large-scale solar projects now, the government has made it mandatory to have battery storage. Secondly, they are also incentive that will be announced soon, I've been told, if you are putting your battery storage coupled with solar, you'll be getting some feed-in tariff incentive. So that's also some discussion on that to encourage more battery installation. Having said all that, I think the gas as a fossil fuel-based power still commands significant influence in Malaysia especially because we are still a fossil fuel-based country. So to get rid of gas as soon as possible, I think I'm for that. We need to engage more with the authority and also to make sure they have the same, they are putting the transition field of fossil fuel gas on the same level in evaluating renewables. So hopefully that answers your question.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Lee. Yeah. One last question. Yeah, just
please.
You conclude the solar base is viable, but the key point is where the solar base is viable. In my understanding, Malaysia is divided into 3 regions, the Peninsula Malaysia and Sabah and Sarawak. The characteristics are different because Peninsula Malaysia has more the dispatchable generators such as the gas power plant, but Sabah or Sarawak is very fewer gas power plant. So we must consider which part of solar base is viable. So how do you consider of regional characteristic in your model?
That's a very good question. We assume that Malaysia has one, so there are some shortcomings with this modeling. It's better to segregate them into at least 3 regions, Sabah, Sarawak, and Peninsula. I'm also aware that the total land size of Sabah and Sarawak combined is actually more than Peninsula Malaysia. So when we evaluate the solar potential, I think 300 over gigawatt of total solar potential for the entire Malaysia. And if we look at the data, of course, we need to segregate them. But looking at it, it is still within the acceptable range to have more solars installed in Peninsula Malaysia to cater to the needs here. Yet at the same time, it's like crystal ball because they were also talking about having the undersea cable. Yeah, connecting from the Sarawak to Peninsula Malaysia. So that could be also another game changer. I do not also incorporate the ASEAN power grid, yeah, to make this model more feasible. So having all these, I think, assumptions, this is what I have. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, Thank you so much, Mr. Lee. Please give round of applause to Mr. Lee. Thank you so much. So let us proceed with the next presenter. We have Mr. Lowiser. He will present about powering Malaysian approach. So you have 10 minutes for presentation, and then we will continue with Q&A. Please give round of applause to Lowiser.
Thank you for the lovely introduction. I think, let me wait a moment for the slides. I'll continue the introduction first. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here today and hearing me out. As introduced, my name is Wyson, and I'll be going through our version of an optimized Malaysian power grid. Is it on? No, it's still not on. Sorry? Oh, yes, Mike. Excellent. Okay, there we go. Let me test this. Oh, it's downwards. Okay, excellent. Okay, it was true a decade ago, and it is still true today, that the risks we face of exceeding 1.5 Celsius are unacceptable, which, if we have been paying attention, we might have gone past slightly briefly, I think, a few months ago. Though, if you ask my parents, we passed that point 20 years ago, and every time we go outside, it's just an uninhabitable hot wasteland. And based on my experience, it's probably true. So we here at SDSN set out a proof that accelerating climate action in line with the 1.5 degree global goal is both possible and economically desirable. That sustainable and green economies offer enhanced economic development, job creation, and a more resilient future for the region. The ASEAN Green Future Project, as you are aware, since I had 3 colleagues before me go through this, is a multi-year research project launched in 2021 involving the SDSN, Climate Work Center at Monash University, and 9 different country teams across the ASEAN region. We focus on developing capacity for quantitative and qualitative climate policy analysis and to chart net zero pathways in ASEAN that support the strategic foresight of our policymakers. Our model covers a wide range of sectors to help us understand the complex interconnected factors needed to develop a near zero emission scenario for Malaysia's power sector. With each ASEAN country team contributing their respective pathways, we eventually aspire to present a grand, fully interconnected scenario spanning all of ASEAN and its neighbors. With the support of the Stockholm Environment Institute, our team uses their platform, their Low Emissions Analysis platform, LEAP. Some of my colleagues have already gone through this, so I will glance through this really briefly, along with their NEMO, which is their Next Energy Modeling System, which handles least cost optimization. The Malaysian power landscape is still quite heavily dominated by fossil fuels. So you can see here, natural gas and coal still provide a very distinct baseline for our power generation system. Like most other developing economies, our energy demand has risen quite markedly along with the population and economic growth of our country. Electricity demand is still expected to accelerate in the coming decades from further electrification, increases in standards of living, and as brought up before, a lot of new upcoming industries like data centers, which are quite energy hungry. Here at AGF, we make use of scenarios to build pathways for the project. These 2 represent the base pathways. We have an existing policy scenario, which is based on current government policies where available. So for instance, in Malaysia, we make heavy use of the National Energy Transition Roadmap, the NETR, for many of our targets. But there are parts of the NETR that don't quite meet our climate goals, and more to the point, do not contribute to a near or net zero pathway. So here we also look at a more ambitious scenario where I get to decide what the targets are. So here we start by phasing out fossil fuels a bit faster than our government targets show. Obviously, this includes the increased penetration of renewable energy, and along with that, increased storage capacity. Then both of these scenarios are then put through least cost optimization, which we then use to calculate new capacity additions, as well as dispatch hour to hour up to 2050. Ooh, too fast. I got too excited there. The optimized scenario significantly increases the role of renewables in the 2050 power generation mix. So in the results, we can see that in order to remove all fossil fuels from the system, we will have to add a significant amount of solar PV capacity into the system, significantly outstripping NETR targets. And this has to be accompanied by also quite considerable increase in storage capacity to support the growth in variable renewables. Here, we will, okay, I don't know what to understand. This one. All right, we will see up here a small slice that represents hydro capacity. Hydro in Malaysia is big, but per our own estimates, it is quite constrained in size of where we can actually build hydro capacity. I believe it's about 13.6 gigawatts. So it's not really a very large slice. The slice there looks quite big, mostly because solar capacity is, well, variable, and it's about 1/5 its actual capacity output. We also see in this model small, moderate increases in all other types of renewables. So we're thinking here biomass, biogas, waste, a bit small in this graph, nearly not noticeable given the size of solar PV in the system. And here's the actual output we want to see. Emissions-wise, we estimate quite a market reduction in greenhouse gases. So in our optimized MAP scenario, we see it fall to nearly zero by 2050. We will have to note, however, that these are just emissions from the power sector. And while it is a big sector in Malaysia, it does not come close to complete 100% decarbonization across all sectors. Nonetheless, we think that this represents quite a sizable reduction in total emissions and accompanied by improvements in technology and efficiency in the demand sector. We feel that this goes quite a way to our decarbonization pathways. And of course, we cannot escape the question of costs, because nobody wants to pay for expensive power, and that's politically painful if we were to introduce very expensive energy sources. Rapid changes, like we are proposing in the energy landscape, will come with its own corresponding price tag. In this case, we see nearly double the investment costs required to shift our mix to renewables. But given the savings in fuel and other things, this results in, I think, only a moderate increase in final tariff costs. The high end of our estimate sits at about, I think, 10.6 cents, right? Oh, nope, that doesn't do it. 10.6 cents here in our optimized MAP scenario, compared to about 8.8 cents in real costs. For comparison, this is quite low, even considering current costs in other developed economies. For instance, I think the US rate is just under about 20 cents, and the EU rate has a mind-boggling 35 cents. We do, again, caution, these are just the cost of production. We will have to tack on things like grid costs, distribution costs, all the other forms of government costs that's imposed when we try to implement these policies. Okay, on to our actual recommendations. From the viewpoint of net zero, we will have to reassess our role, the role of natural gas in the system as a source or as what we call a transition fuel. Natural gas does obviously emit a lot less carbon compared to coal and other dirty fuel sources, but it is not zero, which is quite a relevant point when the target is net zero. Adding on that, the gas prices are looking to be fairly unstable in the coming decades due to geopolitical and other reasons. Oh, okay. So with solar power as the most cost-efficient source of renewable power, we then can move our investments to grid storage with a combined pump hydro storage and batteries being a pretty good combination to complement each other in a cost-effective and reliable power system. And finally, in the spirit of ASEAN, we recommend deep investments in regional interconnections. We should develop collaborative agreements with neighboring countries to establish regional power grids. This will allow for the sharing of renewable energy resources, reduce reliance on fossil fuels, and reduce the necessity for large amounts of grid storage, since different time zones mean different peaks. Moving forward, we are also in the midst of developing further scenarios to enhance our study. So you can see here, our first study is what would be the carbon price required to bring it down just via market mechanisms. And our initial findings is about 250 USD, which is pretty pricey, but will significantly bring down emissions by 2050. We also have a complementary study, initial, because nuclear is still a bit of a spicy topic here in Malaysia. But like our neighbors, we are starting to look at initial plans for nuclear power here in Malaysia. So we come back to the primary goal of our study, which is an integrated model spanning off ASEAN and its neighbors. We aim to model the regional interconnections, those outlined in the ASEAN Power Grid, as well as some additional lines where we think it's feasible. With this model, we hope we can examine the feasibility of an ASEAN-wide grid, as well as the cost of building such a grid. We have other climate and resilience studies going on as well, which I will have to truncate because I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Waisal. So I would like to invite the participants to deliver any questions to the Waisal. If not, I probably have one question to you. So in your modeling process, what are the sectors that might be really important to decarbonize? Because you're doing the optimization, yes, right? So which are the sectors that might be something really game changer to change the whole Malaysian energy sectors?
We've spoken about power, so I will ignore power. I think we're looking at demand sectors, I assume. It's a mixed bag because Malaysia is kind of halfway in, halfway out for a lot of places. Unlike, I think, some of our neighboring countries, we are quite far down the electrification route. Most of our residential areas are fairly electrified. So the big changes may be industry. Industry is still kind of 50-50 here. A lot of it still uses thermal sources. Electrification of that would improve efficiency and, well, it will also increase our power requirements, so it's a kind of a double-edged sword, but overall, it will bring down the carbon emissions. Transport is next. like most ASEAN countries. We are almost 90-something% ICE. Moving to EVs is a route. Whether or not it's fully viable to 100% the EV fleet remains to be seen, given the availability of batteries and the cost involved. But one route could be a lot more, well, it would be a big shift towards rail as a form of transportation, both for passengers and for freight. We don't really use a lot of it, aside from like in KL, you've seen. So it would be nice to see a huge change towards public transportation. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Boyson. Please give round of applause to because we are running out of time because we have lunch break soon. So I would like to invite my next presenter. We have Charles Magnesilo. Do we have him? Oh, yeah. So please come to the stage. Please give round of applause to Charlotte. So today he will present about the solar-powered QR-based barrier control system with timestamp entry and exit data for subdivision security. So sir, you have 10 minutes presentations and then we will continue with the Q&A session. Please, stage yours.
Good afternoon once again. My name is Charlie Main Silio, coming from the Philippines, Caraga State University. Again, a pleasant day to all. My presentation is titled Solar-Powered QR-Based Barrier Control System with Timestamp Entry and Exit Data for Subdivision Security. Okay. Sorry. So residential, this is the actual scenario in the Philippines. As you can see, we're still using the manual-based subdivision security. Then often relies on a manual gate and for controlling vehicle access, which can be inefficient, error-prone, and vulnerable to security breaches. Then traditional systems typically require physical interaction, such as pressing buttons or handling over access cards, increasing the risk of unauthorized entry. So, as you can see, there is always, it happens. No? And we have a lot of subdivisions in the Philippines. So, when we are here in Malaysia, so we observe that it has already been automated and we are amazed. No? But not all in the region because Philippines has been divided into three big archipelago, the Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, and we're from Mindanao. But it's not behind. But we've been dealing about the actual scenario, or actual technology presentation of our people living in the region. So it leaves the problem. So based on the study in Statista, so the Philippines in 2024 have around, the incident happens around 12,600 or more. No? And that is in 2024. And there is a robbery happens around, as you can see, 26,000 incidents. So it means that it is really have to do, as we conduct our study, there is the survey says that they are all wanted to do this kind of study. So objective of the study is that to develop a sustainable energy solution for residential subdivisions vehicle barrier, and also to enhance and access control and security through QR code recognition and data logging. No? The quick response code recognition and data logging. So as you can see here, the advantages of using, these are the current being used, the RFID, the manual checks and license plate recognitions, the LPR, as well as the QR code recognition. So what are the advantages? So for using RFID, it is high speed, non-contact, potential for additional data storage. Then for the disadvantage of using it is that it requires physical tags potential for interference, of course, and the limited range. So in our study, using RFID is less secure, required physical infrastructure. Then the manual checks is simple and low cost. Disadvantage that it's labor intense, it requires people, prone to human error and inefficient. Inefficient and prone to errors, that is the comparison to the proposed study. License plate, the LPR, no physical tags, but potential for real-time tracking. But the disadvantage that requires advanced hardware, affected by lighting conditions, limited to vehicle with license plates. Then comparison to our proposed study, less secure, requires advanced technology. So here comes the QR code. The QR code, high security, can store additional information, easy to implement, and it is also cost effective. But the disadvantage is that we require QR code generation and scanning, affected by poor quality codes or scanning conditions. Then we propose that using QR code to become more secure, flexible, and cost-effective, and also it is also environmental friendly. So based on our study, we found out that most of the previous studies did not integrate solar energy or solar power. So that is also their addition. And most of them are not cost-effective because, as we can see, it requires a high technology approach. So we innovate in a proposal that we will develop a cost-effective design. So this is the proposed overall physical construction. Using a combination of hardware, software components to ensure secure, automated, and uninterrupted vehicle, access control for residential subdivisions. As you can see, this has different components. The laptop as host for the web-based using interface, and XAMPP as our local server. The HD camera for capturing and scanning the QR codes from approaching vehicles. Then we're using also the Arduino Nano for controls of the physical barrier of the mechanism and the process of sensor data. The Ethernet modules to facilitate communications between the laptops and the microcontrollers. Then we have the limit switches, motor drivers, as well as the DC power supply to provide primarily the operation of the system. Then there is also a solar power in case of there will be power interruption, because in our place, and every week there is always a one day that there will be a power interruption. Maybe it is part of the just transition of the renewable. So just kidding. So this is the workflow of the hardware system. Then this is the black diagram of our overall system. So I will not discuss much of our solar, because typically it is designed during the normal operation. The harvest power is been used for the facility and the guardhouse. But in the occasion of there will be power interruption, the power will be focusing on the barrier system, because the hybrid solar has the have different functions, right? The utility, the battery mode, and even the economy mode, and even the But these three we've been using for the utility mode in case of brownout, so it will serve directly to the barrier. So the results and discussions. So based on our data, so we acquire around the barrier mechanism test cycles time breakdown, not including the pass-through, because it depends on the vehicle type or how it's long. So it's around 4.3 seconds to properly pass the vehicle. So the scanning percentage is around 85%, leaving it to 15%, like maybe there are some defects of the QR codes. So these are the miniature barrier mechanism, and we test also the availability of the hybrid solar, that it operates manual. As you can see here, when it is off, then the power backup status is on, and it's all stable. So these are the results. Then the conclusion and future works. So we successfully developed the QR-based barrier control system that improves security and efficiency and convenience in subdivision vehicle access. So integrated dynamic QR codes, real-time monitoring, and encrypting, logging, and role-based access for enhanced control and data integrity. It is also solar-powered backup to ensure reliable and continuous operation during outages, confirming system sustainability and practicality. So our recommendation is that to integrate biometric authentication for additional security, to expand mobile apps access for residents and security personnel, and also to apply AI-driven analytics for predictive and monitoring performance optimization. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Charlie. So I would like to invite the participant. Do you have any questions to Mr. Charlie in here?
Just call me Charlie.
Charlie. Charlie.
It's a bit long.
Charlie, yes. We have one question.
Thank you for your presentation. Are new systems such as this, the QR code-based security system, are these driven by the government or by the private sector or the communities in the Philippines?
Okay. Thank you for asking that question, ma'am. In the Philippine scenario, we've been dealing just for now, is for private sector. Because some of the subdivisions there in the Philippines is running by the private community. And it's very seldom that it will be held by the government. But mainly, we observe that most of the barrier system has been operated manually. So we would like to help innovate something that could create, especially because this system is time-stamped. As I mentioned, there's a lot of things that happen, like theft and robbery. So there are many cases that has been not addressed. So in order to, if not be eliminated, but it will be, what you call this, minimize. So using this system, they can be, the in and out of the vehicle can be monitored. And every people that going in inside, if not in the residence, can be recorded. And all their identities also will be placed in the system. So that is the good thing of this system.
Thank you. I think we have one more question from, can you, yeah, thank you. Please mention your name and also your institutions.
Okay, thank you. My name is Vishnu from Science Tokyo. I'm interested with your presentation about the using of RFID is less secure. Have you, using RFID is less secure than QR, and then how, but you can use the secure RFID. Have you tried to consider the secure RFID because it's more secure than QR? And yeah, it's costly, but yeah, I think it's more secure. And then the second about the biometric, for your recommendation using biometric, does it replace the QR? So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to answer the second first. So replacing, actually it's not about replacing, but to add additional, because there will be times that there will be, like for example, a visitor that is coming that is not yet registered. So I think it's more convenient that there will be also, what you call this, putting some additional information, like the biometrics, but that is for the additional. But on using the RFID, there are times that there are projects that we've done. Actually, it is a good idea that to even fuse the QR and RFID. But again, the target is that we have to be cost effective, because when we present that before, they are, what you call this, hesitant because of the expensive equivalence of that project. So as for now, we have been focusing on the QR code that could be easily and readily to implement. And I think this is scalable, because the working mechanism is successful. It is around, based on our study, it is around 87 to 89% successful.
Thank you so much. Please give round of applause to Mr. Rolly.
Thank you, sir.
So let us proceed with the last but not least presenter. So we have Ariska Wisnu Satria. Please come to the stage, Pak. So he will present about the producer gas result gasification of Gliricidia sepium food as a fuel of diesel engine in dual fuel system. So Pak, you have 10 minutes presentation and then we'll continue with the Q&A session. Please give round of applause to Mr. Ariska.
Okay, thank you. Check. Okay, thank you for the occasion. I'm Ariska Wisnu Satria from Sumatera Institute of Technology in Indonesia. There is no material. Can you go? Okay. In this session, I will present our research about producer gas result gasification of Lisinga as a fuel for dual fuel engine system. This research is supported by Pertamina Hulu Energy, a subsidiary company of Pertamina Hulu Energy, and I collaborate with Professor Santo from ITB. Kamal is part of energy plant is usually cultivated as a living barrier. In some part of Indonesia, there is a lot of this plant and used also as a food ruminant, and the waste of the steam also can use as source of renewable energy to replace coal in power steam. Some research show that annual productivity of this plant, this energy plant, is approximately 15 to 21.5 ton per hectare per years, and if we prune 5 or 4 months interval. What is gasification? Gasification is process to thermochemical conversion of biomass, and you can see that here a reaction of gasification. If we include the production of other gas like methane and nitrogen, it can use as a producer gas. The basically is the syngas is CO and hydrogen, and from the reaction we can see that all reaction part is taking part in this process gasification. The process is basically use of gasifier, which part is like gasifier and then filter, and then continue to intake in the diesel fuel engine. This is the picture of our instrument, with Trillion T60, and the diesel engine is about 18 horsepower, and some perspective for conducting this research is AICEE operation and quite short time, AICEE maintenance and reliable diesel engine and durability. So we conduct a study of pyrolysis treatment to evaluate the performance of dual fuel engine and generator. This is the raw material of Glycinda, or we call also Kamal. And the first one is steam from the fooder waste and retreatment by shredder and manually, and then to dry under the sun for 1 week. The last we use pyrolysis and the raw Kamal for the production of syngas or producer gas. Some analysis method we use calculation about some equation from other researchers from Sang until Mazumder, and we develop also a equilibrium model by stoichiometric or equilibrium thermodynamic equilibrium. And for the testing in the diesel engine, we analyze the diesel genset performance and the diesel fuel replacement. The result from the pyrolysis treatment, we can see that there is a shrinkage about 1/3 of the mesh, and this the result of proximate analysis. We can see that fixed carbon increase more than almost than 3 times, and the composition of volatile matter which can produce the tar or problem tar is can be reduced. The heating value, it can also increase for 18 to 25 megajoule per kilogram, and it's almost same with oleoly, which is produce 18.5 megajoule per kilogram. It's much better than oleoly, and the prediction also is fit with the equation by Parik in 21, and it's also used to produce the syngas to inject to the green diesel engine. From the composition of gas, we find that composition of CO and hydrogen is bigger than other case. Also, we can find that methane is really quite high because it's maybe about process pyrolysis process. So the gasification of the glycinda is really can use as a requirement for the substitution diesel fuel engine, which criteria is about 3.5 millijoule per normal meter cubic. This about the result of our research, and when it takes to the diesel engine dual fuel, is we can see that for the load of 4.4 kilowatt, we can find that the fuel consumption is reduced from 0.2 and from 0.5 to 0.2, and is for the pyrolysis is can reach by 0.25 liter per kilowatt. It's also benefit for reducing the need of solar or fuel in the engine, and it can substitute the fuel of the diesel until 56% of the requirement. Some conclusion that fit of PHR from geothermal is significantly influenced by pyrolysis process, and the operational parameter get the optimum condition of 0.5, and the producer gas is respectively 5.4 and 5.9 megajoule per normal meter cubic. The specific consumption of dual fuel decreased from 0.5 to 0.2, and the replacement until 55 and 56 liter per kilowatt. I think that's all this word material. Thank you.
Please give round of applause to participants. If you have any questions to address to Mr. Aliska. Yeah, I have one question, Pak.
Yeah.
So it's actually you're using the Gliricidia wood, right? Yeah. So given this the availability of this wood, this substance, do you see this technology as scalable for rural and also agricultural communities? So we are talking like there's an improvement and then it's increased, replacing 54% if I'm not mistaken. So do you see the scalability of these options?
Yes, I think this stage of our research is about preliminary research. I conduct with Pertamina Hulu Energy Jambi Merang for conducting this research and try it in the lab scale to scale up. Next year maybe we'll scale up in the social condition, and after this research I will conducting some techno-economical analysis for know how we can see the effect or the reliability of this technology to produce energy from the biomass, because in Indonesia there is a lot of potential biomass. If I correct me if I wrong, there is 56 gigawatt from biomass potential, and it's a lack of technology. It's our concern that how to scale up this technology to produce some rural area Indonesia. There is a low electricity ratio. I think is our task for next from the future.
Thank you so much, Pak. So yeah, we have questions, additional questions.
Oh, my name is Kamil from University of Queensland. So what I understand from your presentation is about turning the what is it the wood to biogas and replacing the diesel fuel for the diesel engine.
Yeah.
So my question is how about the possibility to substitute the wood to co-firing with coal, because as we know, Indonesia is rely so much on coal for now, and several coal power plant is located far from the coal supply, so it's a bit challenging for the supply chain. So my question is about the possibility to do the co-firing with coal, because based on my calculation, because you said the calorific value is increased to 28 megajoule per kilogram. It's around 6,000 kilocalorie per kilogram. So it's a bit high for to do the co-firing with coal.
Yes. For the result of classification itself, I found that for the more loading, it can also reduce the consumption of solar fuel by 89 or almost 99%. I found that this result can use for the biggest potential to replace the fuel in diesel until 19%. But for the co-firing, if I'm not wrong, I mentioned in last year that only 2%, maybe less than 2% that our biomass in Indonesia used for co-firing. PLN maybe know the data, but the bauran energy or energy mix will trim to maybe 23 or 25% target for the 2013, and it's a lot of like gap and between the implementation and the target. I think that the once technology of we propose in this research is about pyrolysis process, because the pyrolysis process can use increase the heating value of the biomass, and also is reduce the tar because some problem in the boiler, maybe in the electricity generation is about tar. Tar is some problem can maybe corrosion or slugging on the part of the boiler. So when we use the pyrolysis treatment of the biomass, it can also use by the company to produce more electricity, and also job creation for the society, because I think this energy plan has be programmed by the PLN to plan in some other area in Indonesia, such in Sumatra or in East Indonesia. It can replace to other source energy like household or for generating the electricity like this.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much, Pak Rizka. So you may go back to your seat. So please give round of applause to Pak Rizka. So I think we are towards the ending of the session. So thank you so much for your active participation for today's discussion. So I think we will have a short lunch break before we enter into the next session. So thank you so much. I'm Rizky signing off. See you in the next session. Bye.